You plan on having the baby in Michigan, that's fine. And how are you going to pay for it? And we can move on.
Okay.
So answer the question, please.
Fine.
Yeah.
So if she can have baby in Michigan,
Yeah.
fine.
Okay.
If we can pay for it. But
Very
if we
good.
cannot pay for it, then we leave.
Okay, very good. Was that your intention when you guys traveled from Nigeria? You knew that, is that right? You knew that that's what was going to happen.
Yeah, we knew it.
Okay, were you nervous to tell me that?
Yeah, because we didn't know what.
No problem. Listen,
No, they were nervous because they thought that they were in the United States of America. They thought that there was a such thing as enforcement of the laws, enforcement of the rules. They had no idea that this place was just basically open for anyone to come here from anywhere on earth and scam the American people and our money from our tax base. They were nervous because they thought that they were in Germany or in a European nation where they have strict immigration laws. They thought that they were maybe in Colombia, where if you overstay your visa, they will find you wherever you are and they will instantly deport you. There will be no due process. There will not be any court dates. Even a friend of mine, she was just deported from the UK and she's white. She was literally caught for overstaying her visa because she speaks English. She thought that being in England, it was going to be okay. And they literally arrested her and promptly deported her back to LaGuardia in New York. These people can come here from anywhere on earth, and for the last almost 40 years, they're literally allowed to fly pregnant from their country, and then they're given a short-term visa. And what happens when they overstay their visa? Nothing. And if they have a kid, not only will they be allowed to overstay their visa because their child was born here, even if it was conceived in another part of the world, if the child is born in the United States and they're given citizenship because they're born here, birthright citizenship, well, now it's an anchor baby, which basically tethers the parents to the child here in the United States. You know what else that means? They can get on welfare. They do get on welfare, all of them. Which is why Trump recently has announced that he's going to start going after the people that sponsor them. You know, because when you're applying for a visa, you do have a sponsor, and the sponsor says this person's not going to be on welfare. They're not going to be a burden. I'm going to take care of them. I'm going to make sure they have money and they work. And then they just do let them go. They get medical assistance, welfare. They get on Section 8 because they have a child here. Everyone in the world has been able to come here and scam us. And I'm wondering, how can we afford this? Either money basically appears out of thin air and we can afford anything, or I guess we don't have a budget anymore. Anything goes because it doesn't, or we're being taxed way too much. There's no way we should have enough money in our coffers to be able to afford things like thousands of military bases around the world, plus anyone from any country that can get a plane ticket to the United States can fly into the country pregnant, have a kid, get on welfare assistance for the next 18 years, whatever. But our economy and our budget and our government doesn't implode. It doesn't make any sense. When you see that people can literally fly here pregnant from other countries, well, now the question comes up, should a pregnancy screening be a part of the visa process? The answer obviously is yes. Famously, there are women who come here from China. Let's see here, Chinese baby tourism. It's actually a thing. So women can actually fly to the United States pregnant, give birth here, go back to their home country, but their child can return 30, 40 years later and run for office and win and be an American senator, mayor, president, whatever, if they got the votes. What this means is that our system is being used against us. Our Constitution is being used against us. We are not a serious country. Right now, we just had a big thing with the Super Bowl, and they're basically, the message was you shouldn't have any borders because America should be open to all the immigrants. There shouldn't be any borders. We're all just America. Those people don't consider themselves American. They hate America. That's all a diversion to let your borders down so that other people who are your enemies can flood in. But what happens when your enemy sends their offsprings to be born here so that they can always return back whenever they want to? America has to be for Americans. I've never been to another country on earth where their country was for another people from somewhere else. You can say England for the English, Germany for the Germans, China for the Chinese. You can say that anywhere else. But when you say America is supposed to be for the Americans, oh no, immigrants and this, bro, immigrants are everywhere. And if America had a monopoly on the immigrants, and that's why America's so great, well, then us shutting down immigration is us really just spreading the wealth of immigrants. We're sending them to your other countries. You should be grateful. And if this is such an awful racist place, you should be happy to see these people not being allowed here. My proposal is that going forward, a pregnancy test is going to be, you will have to show up with a pregnancy test before you board a plane to come to the United States. And it has to be dated on the same day. If you are positive for pregnancy, you are not allowed to fly into the United States. We can no longer allow pregnant people to come here because they are exploiting our laws. They're exploiting our birthright citizenship rules. And there's no consequences for these women and for these families when they come here, overstay their visa, and there is no enforcement method that's going to go around and find them. Look at us. Look what ICE is doing. We're literally having to take people out of jails. We're barely doing any enforcement in just a few cities. It's not happening the way it should because we don't really have a good system. People keep bringing up, oh, Obama deported millions. Yeah, but he deported 20% of the people he was going after. There's a lot of people we miss because our immigration laws are not strong enough and our enforcement is just not up to date. There's other countries I've been to where you were 10 minutes over. You received a text and an email letting you know you have to vacate the country in X amount of hours or you will be arrested and you'll be banned. So we all know the rules. After 90 days, you book a flight for 1 hour, you fly to another country, and then you come back the next day and then you can start over your 90 days. They don't even have enough respect for us to do that here. And it's not every country. Only certain countries, poor countries, where the average person has an IQ under like 85 under 80. Those are the countries that we have to ban from coming here pregnant because when they come here, they immediately start signing up for our government assistance programs. And if they just had a baby that was born in the United States with an American birth certificate, then we're all screwed and we're all on the hook. And because they don't want the optics of deporting and breaking up families, the mom and the family, they're not going anywhere. And then they're stuck here, permanent dependents. Did you know that? Essentially, that means that the United States provides welfare for all these other countries around the world. They can send their people here on expired visas. They can get over here and they can literally get they can get welfare that comes from your tax base. And then there's going to be people that are going to argue and say, oh no, we shouldn't have, pregnancy screenings for when people fly into the country. But look what happens when you don't. People are literally scamming the system because they're surprised at how lax our system is. Even the people in this video right here, do you know how surprised they were when they were literally allowed to stay in the country and they weren't immediately arrested and promptly deported? Even they were shocked. Let's take a look.
Do you plan on having the baby in Michigan? That's fine. And how are you going to pay for it? And we can move on.
Okay.
So answer the question, please.
Fine.
Yes.
So if she can have baby in Michigan,
yeah,
fine.
Okay.
If we can pay for it. But if we cannot pay for it, then we leave.
Okay, very good. Was that your intention when you guys traveled from Nigeria? You knew that. Is that right? You knew that that's what was going to happen.
Nigeria is one of those nations that Trump is putting on the ban list where we're no longer going to be receiving visitors or immigrants from those countries at all, because they have a history of exploiting our social services programs and actually using them against us. The fraud is not just daycares and setting up fake medical agencies. The fraud from these foreigners is all around. And they all have to vote Democrat to receive these benefits. And that's why the Democrats run cover for them. So the best thing we can do is for the security of our nation is we're going to have to add an additional screening to our visa process when it comes to even boarding the planes. You're going to have to make sure you have a negative pregnancy test. Because there are people that fly here to the United States at 8 months pregnant. They're giving birth within a matter of weeks. And they would fly into the United States, give birth, get all their paperwork, and fly back to wherever they're from. Or they just going to stay, and there's nothing you can do about it. Because imagine how bad it's going to look. What are you going to do? Tell Border Patrol to put handcuffs on the baby? And then a bunch of liberal news outlets are going to take pictures of it? It's not going to work. And that's why nothing ever happens. We have way too much sympathy, which is unfortunate for us.
Yeah, we knew it started.
Okay. Were you nervous to tell me that?
Yeah, because we didn't know what's
No problem. Listen, I appreciate you telling me
what
the
they're
truth.
gonna do with us. You know.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
You know, we're going to move.
We'll figure it the fuck. Are you kidding me? Do you know how many other countries I've lived in where I went through their customs and they were itching for any reason they could to make me turn around and get the hell out of their country? In Canada, if you even ever had a DUI in the United States, they won't even let you in. But here our country is, we know people are scamming us. We know they're doing birth tourism and they're doing the whole anchor baby scam. And we ask these questions at customs. They tell us the truth and say, yeah, we admit we're going to be here to scam you guys and take your welfare money. And we still let them in. Well, then what was the point of even asking them these questions? Matter of fact, what's the point of even having customs? If you're going to find out somebody's doing something like scamming the nation, or they're going to be trying to doing birth tourism, whatever, why even ask them if there's no consequences if you find out that's what they're doing? If they're going to say yes and admit it, what was the purpose? Why even all the smoke and mirrors pretending like there is enforcement and customs and it doesn't matter. They can get away and do whatever they want. So all of this is just a waste of time. If we're not going to be heavy-handed and serious about securing our country with their citizens versus these illegals, if we're not going to be serious about it, then we might as well just let it go. Let it all go. Dissolve everything. Let everybody just fend for themselves. I mean, that's what the left wants anyway. That's what everybody's begging for. And we're humoring them. We're listening to them. Where we let Bad Bunny do that performance yesterday, calling for that. Oh yeah, you should let the whole Central America, South America, let everybody just invade. We can't invade as Americans. We can't just invade their countries and live there because they have immigration laws too, and you will get deported. But yet it's a bad thing when we do it here in the United States. Give me a break. Like I said, there's already documented people from China and other countries that come here just to have babies, and then they go back. But these other people, they're coming here and having kids, and they're just living off of welfare for the foreseeable future. And they just keep having more and more kids. And we have to pay for it. Apparently, we're paying way too much in taxes. Something has to change. This is a shame. In my opinion, we do have to add pregnancy screenings before women can board flights. And if that's too chauvinistic for you or too invasive, find another country to go to. You can't come here anymore. We're going to have to change things. We're going to play this video one more time because this guy asking these questions and not doing anything about it, it just infuriates me.
To the next step, we'll figure it out. Do you plan on having the baby in Michigan? That's fine. And how are you going to pay for it? And we can move on.
Okay.
So answer the questions, please. Yes.
And do me a favor. Let me know if you agree or disagree. I do appreciate you guys in the comments. Like the channel, subscribe to the video. Yeah. And there are bills where they can receive $1,000 for birth in the United States. So you get like a separate account. They're not going to say, oh, well, your parents are immigrants, so you don't get it. No, they're going to still give the money to the kids too. It's all scamming away from Americans. Nothing for Americans, everything for everybody else. This is horrific to see this.
If she can have baby in Michigan,
Yes.
fine.
Okay.
If we can pay for it. If
Very
we
good.
cannot pay for it, then we leave.
Okay. Very good. Was that your intention when you guys traveled from Nigeria? You knew that. Is that right? You knew that that's what was going to happen.
Yeah, we knew it started.
Okay. Were you nervous to tell me that?
Yeah, because we didn't know what's
No problem. I appreciate you telling me the
what they're
truth.
gonna do with us. You know.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
We're going to move to the next step. We'll figure it out. Do you plan on having?
And nothing was figured out. They figured out that they can make me and you pay for it. Me and you, we had zero sex with these Nigerians, but we have to pay for their kids. Make it make sense. I'm tired of being ripped off. I'm tired of being scammed. Everything is fake. It's all bullshit. If we can't even take care and protect our country, then what good are we? You can go to the poorest Central American countries, South American countries, poor as fuck. But guess what they have? Money for security, money for customs, money where if you're caught overstaying your visa, they will come and find you and deport you. Everybody can do it. But magically here in the United States, we have such a hard time because, well, unfortunately, half of our political system saw these people as also voters because there's no enforcement when you legally vote. Just like there's no enforcement when you come over here and you have children here, but you are doing it on purpose. You came here to scam. Not like you came here 4 months pregnant and just had an early birth. That's not the case. A premature birth, you literally came here on purpose to give birth to a kid so you can live off our welfare system. And then, you know how usually when you go to sign up for welfare, they're going to ask you for the name of the father, but the father doesn't live in the United States. And you can give a fake name or no name, and they're not going to bill it. So there's no chance of ever the government getting that money back. And how is that fair to Americans? Because American men can get put on child support, their lives destroyed, so that these women can get, the government can play daddy and play father, give them money. But these illegals are getting the same money, except there's no men held accountable. So we're not getting that money back ever, not even potentially. Everything's a scam, and it just hasn't been going in the favor of the Americans. So that's why we have to speak out against it and talk about it and have these conversations. It's just a shame. People can literally come here and just suck the blood out of our country and just take any and everything they want. And we have no recourse. We're not allowed to say anything against them. We have to just go along with it. How dare you fucking come over here, have children that you cannot afford just so that you can just kick your feet up and expect the rest of us to take care of you. And then because these people are living in their own enclaves of their own people, there's nobody around them to judge them or to look at them and say, maybe you should get a job. And they can kind of keep going with different scams. And that's why they don't integrate with our American communities, because, well, then we'll find out what they're doing, say something about it. We can knock their hustle off or, make them change what they're doing. But most of us had no idea. We're just now finding out how much they've been really ripping us off and scamming us all these years. And it's a shame because there's really nothing anyone can do about it. Like I said, what was the point of this guy even asking them these questions if he was going to just let them stay in the country anyway? Now I can see if you're like, hey, were you guys planning on having a baby here just so you can scam us? Stay right here. And immediately they're in lockup, and then we're finding a flight for them back home, and they're banned from the U.S. permanently. But no, because they just had a baby here in the United States, they're already planning on doing it. There's nothing anybody can do. Why is that? No other country has immigration laws that are this weak and lenient. We're the only country on earth. I mean, the UK, there's an invasion of Europe from Northern Africa and the Middle East. So their immigration laws are screwed, but the rest of the world doesn't play any of that. They're not open societies where you can just walk in and do whatever you want and take whatever you want and scam and take money from the people. You literally can't do it in other countries, but here it's like we're like a sucker born every day, and they just all happen to be American. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. And you know what? People say in Canada too, but I remember Canada used to have stricter immigration laws. If you had any kind of criminal record, they would let you fly in, but they wouldn't let you leave the airport. You'd have to get put on a flight and go back. But now, because you guys are under the World Economic Forum, same as Europe, they've penetrated your cabinets, they've changed the laws, and they're basically just flooding your country with, it's an invasion of the people they control. The World Economic Forum, they control the Northern African people, Middle Eastern people. They can control those populations, and they can just overwhelm you and take your country, which is what they've done in Canada, the UK, France. I mean, Spain. I remember when I first went, I was living in Europe maybe 8 years ago. And I remember watching everything change. Like, I remember one day I was in Paris and I wake up and I'm watching TV, and everyone on the television show, it's a game show, everyone's white. And I live by the Palais Royal. So I'm in kind of like by the Royal Palace in Paris. And I remember leaving my hotel, and I walk outside, and it looks like you're in Compton or Atlanta. There's like a barber shop right there with like different types of hairstyles for haircuts, and everyone's black. I couldn't find 2 white Parisians for the whole day. No, there was none. Just everyone was either black or Arab. And then I'm walking down the street and I'm in Chinatown. I'm like, where am I? But if you look at the television, everyone was white. But when you go out into the streets, there are no more white people, no more natives. And you start looking at the fact that these places are being overran, their governments are being dissolved, their laws are being removed, they're being conquered. But here in the United States, it's just a little bit more difficult because, well, for one, we have this thing called the First Amendment, which is what I'm exercising right now, and I can talk about it. If you're in France, if you have this conversation, you'll be arrested. If you're in the UK and you have this conversation, you'll be arrested. Germany, they're knocking on your door. The Australians, they're kicking in your door. If you're just having a basic, regular, tame conversation about the lack of immigration enforcement, just having this conversation, you're subject to arrest. So that's the difference between us in the United States. We can talk about it, people get aware of it, and there's always a chance that the Second Amendment is going to come out to play. So that's another thing that kind of that saves us. But think about it: when they're trying to get these other countries to invade us, these other countries are full of people that don't believe in the First or the Second Amendment. So they're here and they're supporting laws to try to penalize our speech and to remove the guns from our population. Not because they love us, but because they hate us. They want to overrun our country. They want to overrun us. Why do you think all the hate is always directed towards white people? It's not spread out equally over everyone. They specifically hate white Christians because they see white Christians as being the only solid foundation holding up the Constitution of the United States. And if they can just get rid of the strong white Christian man and his family, then the Constitution is no more than just toilet paper. So you actively have people that are born in the United States now, because we've been letting everyone come in, that are literally here trying to do what they can to chip away at the foundation which holds up our Constitution. They want this country gone. I mean, we're all that's left. There's no free speech anywhere else. There's no right to bear arms. There's none of this. None of it. This is it. And I didn't think this was the case 6-7 years ago when I'm living abroad. I remember I lived in Amsterdam and I was talking to some people. I was at this dinner and I was talking about how I really enjoy. I had been living in Europe for like a year at the time and on and off. And I'm telling them how much I love it here and how it's more free than I thought it was. And yeah, you guys don't have guns, but you guys have free speech. You guys can travel. Yeah, it's a little bit complicated because we're all using the euro now, but we used to have francs and Deutschmarks, but that's fine. It's all a part of the EU. And I thought that the United States was not really that special. I thought everybody had everything you could do in the US, you could do anywhere else. Until March 15th, 2020. I actually had a flight back to Germany, but I was in Los Angeles and they canceled my flight. And over the next 6 months, I watched my friends in Australia and France and the UK and Germany. I watched their governments put the living boot up their asses and into their mouths. There's people in Melbourne, Australia. I remember when they raided the building they lived in, saying that there was some kind of outbreak. I still haven't heard from my friends in Melbourne, Australia. It's been 4 years now. I still can't reach them. No internet, no social media, no nothing. Just because Australia is an island and there was no one allowed in, no one allowed out, and there was nothing anyone can do about it. When Dan Andrews put the boot down and told the Australians, you're fucked, it was over. And that's when I started. But I'm here in the United States. I'm driving around, have a gun, and I'm able to go to parties and go drink and go have a good time. Yes, everything in LA closed for 3.5 years. And guess what I did? I drove to the next state. I drove to Arizona. And when Governor Doug Ducey, he lost control fighting against the left, and he was forced in Arizona to shut down for about a month, I went to Vegas, stayed in Vegas for a few months. And then one day I go down to throw craps at the craps table, and they asked me to put a mask on. I don't wear masks. And I'm like, I thought you guys would hate for someone who looks like me to walk down here with a mask on to a casino table full of money. They wanted to play the game too. And I said, you know what? Vegas is dead. If you guys play this scamdemic fake virus, oh, we're afraid of the air. If you guys want to play that game here in Vegas, you're never going to recover and you're done. I said that back in 2021. I never went back to Vegas, I don't think, since 2022. I don't think I've been back to Vegas. That was it. And now you're looking at everything crumble. Los Angeles crumble. These cities are never really going to recover from the lockdowns that were completely unnecessary. They just wanted to make sure everybody took these shots. And guess what? Once you die from the shots, the people that they're importing in, they never took the vaccines. They didn't take them. So they're your replacements. And they're literally allowed. Think about it. That's why there's no enforcement. That's why anything goes. There's no more rules at all. But I mean, I say all that to say, seeing the difference between how the rest of the world treated its people during the lockdown versus how the United States did, the only fascistic places I saw in the US were blue states, like California, when they implemented the vaccine passport, where I have to basically consent to an experimental, permanent, irreversible medical procedure, or I couldn't go into a barbershop to get my hair cut. I couldn't walk into a supermarket. I couldn't go to Whole Foods and get my latte or whatever the hell they were holding back. And luckily for me, I own a company. I'm fortunate. I'm a lucky guy, right? So I was able just to, pack up my dogs and get the hell out of Dodge. But a lot of people stayed. They didn't have a choice. But life's a choice. Slavery's a choice. We're not saying you had good choices. You could have chose death, but it's still a choice. I'm not saying the choices are always great. You can choose to lose your job or you can keep your job. It's still a choice. They threaten you. You tell them make good on your threat and fire me. You didn't have to do it. And now those jobs are being open anyway because the people that took them are dying. I don't know if you guys follow me on social media, on my Instagram or whatever, but right-wing Rico or Rico Limbaugh, I share the deaths every single day. Everybody's dying, mainly the men, because whatever they injected into you all was testosterone reactive. I do all the breakdown of all the data. Just so you know, we're entering year 5. Welcome. We don't know what this thing does inside your body after 5 years. We don't know how long. We don't know what it does after 6 years or, what is it? 92 months. We don't know. We're going to find out. We are finding out though, the cancer, the clots, the heart attacks, we're seeing it all happen. The point is, we had options here in the United States. Some of us believe in the Constitution. A lot of people didn't. If you knew the Constitution stood for you, then you would stand for the Constitution. But if you didn't believe in the Constitution, then whatever your job told you or whatever Fauci told you or Kamala told you to do on the news, you said you felt obligated to do it and you did it. So now they've literally opened up our borders, but it's still happening. Yeah, a lot of this is being shut down. But if people are able to get a visa or get some kind of permission to come here because they have sponsors, even if they're saying they're going to visit, but they're pregnant and they give birth here, they're not leaving. They're not, and then they're going to consider themselves as being legally entitled to American money. Like you owe them, you're paying for them, you yourself. They're not even helping you with your own family, but you're going to pay for other people's families that you didn't have any of the benefit of creating. None of the fun part, but all the responsibility, which in my opinion is a scam. We're going to have to implement pregnancy tests on these. It's not just for the visa part because you got to apply for your visa in advance. I'm talking about where they're going to have to do a pregnancy screening for women the day before their flight boards. But even then, I mean, you can still get pregnant the night of. I mean, they might have a way to get, everybody's going to figure out a way to scam us. My thing is, at least you're not 4 or 5 months pregnant when you are getting on the plane to come here. Because as of now, you could be 8.5 months pregnant. And if you fly in and land and you give birth to the terminal, that's an American kid that you have to give money to. And they've completely scammed us. Completely. Well, yeah. Canada is under the British. Yes, Canada's still under the Commonwealth. You guys still seeing God bless the King of, what was it, King Charles right now? King, wherever the hell that guy, the guy who says he's from Transylvania, he's a descendant of Vlad the Impaler. You guys still have to worship him. The Australians do too. All of these Commonwealth countries do. And people don't really realize that Germany and France also formerly of the Commonwealth. So they're all still under the crown. Here in the United States, we thought we had independence, but we don't. It's still ran by oligarchs, and we are literally kind of still going along with the rule of the crown. But a lot of Americans are pushing back against it. But as you can see, there's a lot of turmoil here right now. The point, but because everyone hates what Trump is doing, which is securing the country. This is happening a lot, but it's happening a lot less now. But we can't let it start up again once Trump's not in office, which kind of seems like what they're trying to plan on doing. And we're going to have to stop them from doing that. You guys on all seen God Bless the King? I don't know. I've seen it. I've seen you guys sing it at your award ceremonies, at your sports games. And you guys do actually sing. You might not personally sing it, but as a country, you guys still sing God Bless the King. Let's see here. Citizenship is actually tied to who your parents are of citizen. That's only true for, actually, that's true. But if your kid is born here and your parents are not citizens, then your child will still be an American citizen. And that's how you have all these people that are like, my parents have been deported. They've been here 30 years. Well, yeah, they had an anchor baby 30 years ago. That was you. And they didn't want to deport the parents and have the kid here. So they left your family alone. Now we're saying to hell with all that. You guys still got to go. And now everybody wants to boo-hoo. But within that 30 years, your parents, in my opinion, are pieces of shit because they didn't even have enough respect for this country, which gave them 30 years and everything they have. They didn't have enough respect for us to go through the process on becoming a citizen. Most of them, I'll be honest, most of them didn't even care to learn the language. That's how much they don't give a fuck about this country. Most of them still hold on to where they're from. That's their culture. That's their heritage. They even wave their foreign flags while they're here in the United States because that's where their loyalty lies. So of course they didn't denounce their old citizenship and go for American citizenship. Of course they didn't. Why would they? They don't love this place. They don't like it. This place is a hustle. This place is a job. People come here to get money and then they leave. They don't love this place. They see this as an opportunity. But the rest of us see this as home. And I don't like the fact that people can just barge into my house, take silverware, take the plates, and just give us the finger and walk out and just come back whenever they want, just steal, just take. I just don't like it. Yeah, they do sing it at some ceremony. They sing it at ceremonies in all these countries. God Bless the King is a real song. And you can't say they don't sing it at all. Like I said, I'm not saying that when you get up in the morning and you make your cereal, you go doon, 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 doon. God bless. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that your state department and your official government buildings, when your flag has a small British flag on it, or it's a resemblance of the British flag, you guys will do sing God Bless the King. You're under the Commonwealth. And they say it's mainly ceremonial, but there still is it's a power structure like a king that's over your nation. Yeah, that's how it feels. We don't sing it at games or religion. You know what's, again, I've seen it at hockey games. I've seen people sing God Bless the Kings, the King. I mean, when I used to live in Canada, I used to live in Toronto. I've been to British Columbia. I mean, I've been to Vancouver, been to Saskatchewan, Regina, been to Edmonton, Calgary, all the way to Alberta, to Thunder Bay. I've been all over different parts of Canada. And in some places, the real Canadians, not these newcomers, not the Somalians, not the Chinese, the actual Canadians, yeah, that's a part of the culture. Not saying they get on their knees and they grovel and they say, "Oh my God, toodles, would you like a spot?" They're not doing all of that. They're not that washed with the Brits, but they still have to respect the crown. Here in the United States, we have no idea what the crown even means at all. We don't care. And that's the thing. This whole asshole New Yorker type attitude that Americans used to have, it's making a resurgence. If you see what happened yesterday with the TPUSA, doing our own separate Super Bowl show to just say fuck you to the regular Super Bowl show, and it was a ridiculously massive success. Because what that means is that 30 million people sought out another alternative and left the Super Bowl. And you got to think about it. They're counting all the different places that have a contract or a license to play the football, the Super Bowl, in their restaurants, their clubs, their bars. People literally turned that off and went to go watch an alternative show. So, but everybody else didn't have a choice. They were just kind of stuck watching it because they were already in one place. If they didn't change the channel, then they had to. And they still did the same numbers or less than Michael Jackson did at the very first halftime show performance, which means this was an abysmal failure. It was idiotic. But I'm actually going to do another. We're going to go live and talk about that in a little while. Seems like the UK, France, Germany have become Islamic. Absolutely. You know what's crazy? So I've lived in Germany the majority of the time. I lived in Europe. Everything in Germany is Turkish. Do you know what we eat every goddamn day? Lahmacun and Döner. We very, very seldom eat Brostwurst or, we drink beach burger, we drink beer, but everything is Turkish. So basically the way, if you're in California, how we have Mexicans, if you're in Germany, the Turkish are the Mexicans of Eastern Europe. Like they just spread and go everywhere. And then these countries just pretty much overran. Like it's kind of like in the United States in our Southwest. You walk into a classroom, it's 90% people who are ethnics, and then maybe 10%, 5% are just actual like German or French or white children. Everyone else is just being replaced. But we're not supposed to notice the great replacement theory. And then we wonder why all of our systems are failing. Historically, when you allow these ethnics to move into your country, look where they came from. Are their countries very successful and well off due to how amazing they're being managed? No. So you're letting the people who can't manage where they're from come here, take over and try to manage you. It's a poor idea, but that's why I tell people diversity is a weakness. It's not a strength. When you want to implement diversity, that's when you want to break down a company, not when you want a company to be stronger. Because if you want it to be stronger, it'd be based off of merit and experience and expertise. It wouldn't be based off of diversity quotas. Yeah, God does have a plan for us all. Hopefully God has a plan where we're not going to let anchor babies be born here in the United States from mothers that are 8 months pregnant. Hopefully, even if you're 8 months, 7 months, or you're 2 months, 1 month pregnant, and you do a pregnancy screening, if it comes back positive, you're not allowed to board to the United States. And we're going to eventually have to do that. And honestly, why is it going to take Trump? No one else is going to have this idea. I have to become a politician. I have to run for office. Everyone should literally be on the same page about this. I shouldn't be the only one making this suggestion. And if you agree with the suggestion, do me a favor, like my videos, subscribe to the channel. I have these conversations all the time, but it's important. I don't understand when everything went the other way. When did everybody just become so charitable? Because every time I look around, everyone's doors are locked on their homes. So they're not willing to share what's in their house with everybody, but they want the rest of us to share everything with other people. People that have no interest in helping us replenish it or make it back. It doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. I can't tell a person for trying for a better life. I mean, what do you mean? What makes you think that their life's going to be better here than where they're at? Just because they say that. Don't forget, people are scamming you. See, these people are leaving countries that have millions of people who are not leaving. If there's a will, there's a way. The United States is not a job. You can't come here because you're trying to get a raise and you want to get a better life. That's not what this is for. There are people that actually live here that are a part of this system who have built it, whose families died creating this system here. When you come from these other countries, you bring your bad habits with you. It's just like when people from California moved to Texas and you started thinking Texas was purple because all these liberals that they flee California's policies and they bring the same things here. It's embarrassing, but I tell people my family's from Cuba. My grandparents were capitalists. They hated communists. They had a son, my father. My father got here and he literally used to expound communist views about things like, oh, well, they're building spaceships in NASA, but they're not feeding people. And it's like, we'll feed them for how long, Dad? When are these people going to feed themselves? And matter of fact, if you're just giving away free food to everybody, then why should anybody have to pay? Matter of fact, if everything's free, then why is anybody going to go to work? See, that's what people, when they have these weird ideologies and this communist ideology, they pretend that they're being virtuous, but they're really just trying to help tear down things. They're not trying to help build things up because it's unsustainable what you're asking. See, that's the thing about when people wear these shirts that say freedom, they don't understand. It means freedom doesn't mean probably what you're thinking it means. What do people even think freedom means? Oh, I'm free to just, run up and down the street butt naked and dress like a penguin and just, dance. And it's like, no. Freedom means you have a responsibility to take care of yourself and your family, as if you're free to. That's what comes with freedom, is personal responsibility. Not so that you can be dependent on the government. Then that's not free. Now that's slavery. You're a dependent. So it's different. If you're depending on someone else to feed you and give you housing, that's not freedom. That's the opposite. And you start looking around, like how many people really are here now in our republic that believe in freedom versus how many people want to be communists and be taken care of. Now, when you have these people that are coming from these other countries, they're not coming here to work. Not all of them. And even the ones that come here on those visas, they can ditch the visa and they're not going to be deported, and they can just get on welfare. And there's not a goddamn thing neither one of us can do about it. But that's supposed to be fair. So that's their better life. If your better life is going to come at my personal financial expense, then, you and your life can go to hell. It makes me know it's inconsequential to myself. As an American, the bottom line of myself and my family is paramount. You cannot just sit around and worry about what's going to happen or worry about everyone else. You're not their priority. Siphoning the funds from your country and your resources and sending them abroad, they're not worried about you. They're not circulating money in your community. They're sending it to wherever they're from. They're robbing you. So you got to make being an American a priority. You got to make your own family, your own self a priority. You think you're a good person because, I want to give all these people all my money, but you really don't, because you won't let any of them come live with you. You're locking your door at night. You lock your car when you get out of it because you don't trust these people. But you want the rest of us to be stuck with them and pay for them, and you want to invite them in at my expense. You can go all the way to hell with that. I'm not going to support it. I'm not going to pull punches and pretend it makes sense. We're not allowing people to come here. We're going to have pregnancy tests that are mandatory when they're booking their flights to come here to the United States. We should be mad at the government, and we are. And that's why we elected Trump. He's a bull in a china shop. Think about it. Our entire government, deep state apparatus, they hate Trump more than anything on earth. They all do. They all hate Trump. So yeah, that's proof that our government hates us, because the one man that's actually trying to look out for us and do things in our benefits, the government hates, because now they're losing their control over the people. What you don't understand is that these people don't hate Trump. They don't hate ICE. They hate God, and they want no law, no rules, no moral compass. Tony Kaiser, you are absolutely correct. I was telling somebody that I had someone who was black on the show, and we were talking, and I was asking them, it was a trick question, but I wanted to see what he was going to say. I said, so, what immigration laws do you not like? And he was like, I don't like any immigration laws. And I was like, okay, cool. What other non-immigration laws don't you like? And he actually said it, and this is a question no one ever asks anyone who's black. He said, well, I don't like any laws. I think all laws are racist. And then he proceeded to talk about how the Nazis used to have laws. And I was like, so you mean to tell me this is the hill you want to die on, is that any country that has laws and law enforcement, and they actually have a system of rules and how things go. So every country is racist and a remnant of the Nazi regime, the Third Reich, just because they have laws and rules that they enforce. So if you go to Singapore and you get arrested, they're Nazis. You go to Japan and you get arrested, they're Nazis. So all laws are bad. And what they were saying is that not around the world, but just in America, there should be no laws, no borders, and everyone here should have all their money taken away from them and divided up and given to black people. And I was shocked when they said this, but then I wasn't. See, I know black people. I've been around them my whole life. I can pass for a black person. I listen to what they say. This is not new. This is new to you. because you don't know any. You never talked to one. I've talked to them before. And I've heard this crazy shit over the years, and I didn't know how widespread this mass formation psychosis was, but they don't believe in any laws. They don't believe in anything. They want lawlessness. They want no rules. They don't want any jails. They want, no matter what your crimes, you should not be prosecuted. The only person they want to see that go to jail and be prosecuted for any crimes ever is Trump. Nobody else. All lawlessness. And then you start thinking, okay, let's look at Africa. Kind of sounds a lot like some parts of Africa. And it's just like, you can't have certain cultures involved in your government. Look what happens when you elect them as mayors and governors and sheriffs. Look what this sheriff said. Look what this black sheriff said. Yes, 2 days ago. Look, check this out.
Branch of government do you operate under?
Mecklenburg County.
What branch of government do you operate under, Sheriff?
Constitution of the United States.
Correct. That is what establishes the branches of government. I'm asking which branch you fall under.
Mecklenburg County.
Are you aware how many branches of government there are?
No.
For the sake of debate, I will move on and say there are 3 branches of government: legislative, executive, judicial. Of those 3, which do you?
And look at that bald coon. He's just sitting there and he has no idea. He doesn't have no idea how many branches of government there are. He's only there because of how he looks. He's only there because shallow people and insecure people said that they need more diversity and we need to hire him based on his appearance and not on his merits, his expertise, or his know-how, which is why our cities have failed and been failing for so long, because no one wants to talk about it because they're afraid of being criticized. So I talk about it. This should be embarrassing to them, but it's not, because you can't shame the shameless. You know, remember, offended by everything, ashamed of nothing. He doesn't care. He's just sitting there with a smile on his face because he's like a blonde bimbo. Like, you're supposed to be dumb. It's fun to be dumb when you're them. You're not supposed to know anything. So that's why it's dangerous to put them in power. So I feel like that about foreigners as well. It's like, why would you hire people or let people get elected who they were born and groomed to hate everything about our country and our system? But they won't go to another country that they think is better because their goal in life is to burn down this one. They won't go somewhere else that they agree more ideologically with their way of life. No, they want to stay here and torture us and basically destroy everything that we've built. And that's where you have the clash. That's where it is. But keep listening.
I believe you fall under.
I believe I fall under the last one, judicial.
You are incorrect, sir. You fall under the executive.
Yeah, bro. And then look, it even gets worse. You think that's it? That's not. Take a listen.
Before we even get appearances, Mr. Thompson, I'm gonna need you to be respectful.
I ain't doing nothing.
Well, it's fine. Okay.
What?
You can say that now to a judge, but only if you're black. You can't say that to a judge if you're any other race. They'll hold you in contempt. But if you're black and the judge is black, you have action.
That's fine.
This is how the final sentencing for Christopher Earl Thompson began. Thompson convicted in December of robbery, kidnapping, sodomy, and sexual abuse for the 2023 attack on a woman he did not know.
Now, for them and their culture, that's like the ones who are now pretending to attack me with words. You can't hurt somebody like me with words, but go for it. Those are the ones who are like him. They think that all of these charges should not be crimes if you're black. There shouldn't be any laws for anybody who's black. Because of Jim Crow and because of stories about slavery written by a man who was convicted for fraud named Alex Haley, they think that they are owed the privilege of being able to commit crimes or for any crimes at all. And no, there's no punishment. They don't believe, it's not just immigration laws. They don't believe that kidnapping should be a crime. Rape, robbing, murder, which is why that's all you see throughout that community every single day. And then they're shocked when someone's there to arrest them. Again, birthright citizenship must be revoked. And that's why I talk about it every episode. Past a certain amount of, depending on what kind of crimes you commit, you must be removed from the country and banned here permanently to make this country great. Because I don't think that locking these people up for, X amount of years and eventually letting them out, it hasn't worked. See, it's 2026, right? So we have 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years of trying things other ways. And we've seen that they have yielded no positive results. So we have to do things differently now. Again, the people that are making certain comments, they don't believe that any of these should be crimes. So do you really take people like that seriously? People who don't believe in laws at all? The answer should be no. You shouldn't even pay attention to people who don't believe in laws. The same people that don't want immigration laws, they also don't want kidnapping, rape, and robbing to be a crime also. And that's why when they do these interviews on the street, they'll ask them, and these people will be afraid to say that, yeah, you should go to jail for raping something. They don't care. The only person they think about it. We're all reading the Epstein files together. I did some videos about it the other day. They're talking about how kids, and they do something called eating jerky, where basically they cook and eat children, and then they preserve their flesh in these bags, and then they put them in a refrigerator. And some people, now there are diseases you get from eating human flesh and drinking human blood. That's why I said I don't think all of us are the same type. I don't think all of us are humans, because they're not sick from this. And think about it. There's 2,700 different varieties of termites on Earth. Every species has subphylums and different variations. But yet when we see humans, we think because we look similar that we're all the same. We're not. So that's why it's not even really cannibalism, because, well, cannibalism when there's two humans eating one another. If one of us is not human, but we just look similar, then it's not cannibalism. So again, when you're looking at what's happening with the Epstein stuff, the only person they care about is Trump. If you look at these comments, these people are all just Trump derangement syndrome. Everything's white supremacy. They said that arresting someone for kidnapping and rape is white supremacy. Arresting someone who robs women at gunpoint and beats them or kills them, that's white supremacy to arrest them. Can you really take these people seriously? And the answer is no, you shouldn't. But look at this judge. Look what happens.
Thompson, in a ski mask, abducted her in her own car, drove her to a school parking lot, and forced her to perform horrific sexual acts on him at gunpoint. He then drove to an ATM, robbed her, and drove back to the school to sexually assault her again.
This was, like I said during the trial, every woman's worst nightmare.
That's the prosecutor asking the judge to uphold the jury's recommendation that Thompson serve 65 years for those crimes.
All of these DEI elected judges, mayors, I don't care who they are, they all must be removed. There's not one of them that is America first, pushing an America first agenda, which is focusing on protecting them. They're all seeing an opening right now where they can literally burn this place to the ground, and they're taking it and they don't care. These people are so psychotic. They'll burn down a house that they're locked inside of also. So that's what you're seeing right here in the United States. It's happening around us. Listen to this is a prosecutor who usually the prosecutor and the judge are like this. This prosecutor is begging the judge to please don't let this criminal, don't go light on this criminal. Do you hear what this person did? Kidnapped, robbed, raped, and made him go to an ATM, then brought her back, raped again. All this is happening, and the judge is sitting there contemplating, how can I let this brother out because he wasn't given resources? Like, these are the type of people that are telling you, yes, open up the border. Yes, let people give birth here. They want to see this country buckle. We're holding on by a thread. The only thing we're holding on by is the First and the Second Amendments. That's it. See, these people are scared of those. They're scared. They know that we're armed, and they know they push a little bit too hard. We're going to push back, and then it's over. The beautiful thing is a man named Epstein came along and created a vaccine that is depleting their numbers on the left at astounding rates. So a lot of these issues we're having, a lot of the race stuff, these are things of the past pretty soon. So there is a light at the end of the tunnel. But had it not been for Epstein and Biden and Harris convincing all of those people, all the DEI, BLM people to take those injections, well, then we'd have an army on our hands that we'd have to fight here on the streets of the United States. Luckily, those numbers are being cut down from the vaccine daily. So it's mitigating the threat from that community. So now you're just going to really just see them, making comments and saying stuff, but they're really kind of like toothless tigers at a certain point. But the fact is, if they had the numbers and they could, they would. But let's go back to this judge so you can see who are these people that are saying let's let all these other people in and destroy our society.
She asked the judge to also consider his conduct, which is in the record as vile, expletive-filled outburst in court we cannot air on TV. But Judge Davis, the one she doesn't believe should be spent
Before we even get a
on TV. But Judge Davis thought the jury's recommendation was too long. She feels he hasn't mentally matured yet and never had a real shot at getting any help early in life.
So now, basically, the same way these judges who are activists are trying to stop Trump from getting rid of the illegal criminals because those are their voters, these other judges are like, wait a minute, we can't let them keep arresting criminal black people because those are also our voters. This is our black army, which is a combination of all these people that consider themselves marginalized, that are trying to come together against white people. I'm actually doing a video about it next, about what's his name, John Woo, talking about this group. This is what I mean. There's an actual army that had been built all the way around us conservatives and people who are patriotic, and Americans. And they don't want to get rid of these people and send them to prison forever because they want them on the streets. They need them in their army, but also they need their votes. And the more of them that keep getting convicted, and then the more that are dying and the ones being deported, there's not going to be any more Democrat voters pretty soon. So they're trying to do, she's doing the numbers. She's doing the math. She's probably doing 30 violent black convictions per day. And she's thinking to herself, I'm not going to have any voters left. Because it's not like these people are having children and getting pregnant anymore. That's abortion is the name of the game in the culture. So they're having a really hard time. See, the illegals were supposed to replace the blacks. Now you're not going to have your illegal votes no more. And if I get my way and we start doing pregnancy screenings before people can board to come to the United States, well, then this country will be a Christian conservative nation indefinitely. There won't be a left to oppose and say, yo, we would really like more gay kids. We really want to see gay and trans kids. We want to see that. There will be nobody dumb enough or ridiculous enough to scream that out loud like Gavin Newsom did. No one's going to say that. So this country is getting back on track, but I bring up these topics to show you the bullets that we dodged. So let's finish listening.
If you were to come in here and instead of being hurt and angry, which is what this court hears, right, as a 20-year-old African-American male that has been, experienced this society, etc., and you would show that, yes, okay, this is the situation. This is who.
This shows you that they'll let anybody become a judge based on if you're gay, if you're a woman, if you're black. They'll let anybody become a judge because they know you're gay, you're a woman, you're black. You're on the left because you don't believe in family, you don't believe in children, you hate the country, you blame the country for your student loans because you couldn't get a job with your African American studies and your liberal arts degree. So you blame white people. And they're like, you know what? She'd make a perfect judge. Why do you think how are you 13? Well, you were 13%. Now you're 9% of the population. But you're like 80% of the judges you see on TV. Like, it doesn't make any sense because it's all being done on purpose. So these are the people that we're up against. Well, we were up against. They're not lasting much longer thanks to Epstein's research and the vaccine. But it could have been worse.
I don't want to be this person anymore. I don't want to be in jail for forever.
Thompson repeatedly stated he did not care, not about his sentence, the victim, or her family. But Judge Davis emphasized she's the one that holds the pen, and regardless of what the media may think, she applies the law. To her, 65 years was an extremely long time. As she puts it,
somebody who's raping and robbing women, why do you even have an outdate life? But see, do you know how much money that costs per year? We did the numbers on one of my other episodes. It was like 100 and something thousand a year for 3 meals a day and your housing, your medical for the rest of your life. It would make more sense to just literally deport you to another country in another part of the world and let them deal with you. We would give an annual budget to these nations, and they would use that to kind of, feed some of these people temporarily. But after that, you'd be on your own. You would just be banned from coming here to the United States. People forget how special this country is, and they try to pretend like it's like everywhere else, like I used to. But once it becomes impossible to get here because it's extremely elite to be here, then people will not take this land and this way of life and this country for granted the way they do. People talk about this country like they can just go back to Africa and it'll be just like over here. They can just go back to Mexico and it's just like, they're lying. This place is special. This place is different. So you got to keep that in mind. This is why we must ban people and make this a privilege to live here again. It's not a right. It's a privilege to be in the United States. And people forgot that, unfortunately.
One she doesn't believe should be spent entirely behind bars.
This court does not believe that Mr. Thompson, if given the resources that he can get while incarcerated, is beyond being rehabilitated.
Thompson.
You're going to rehabilitate somebody who was raping and robbing women at gunpoint? Do you know what type of monster that is? And what do you think they're going to do? Put a sweater around his neck and go golfing once he gets out? This isn't, where you basically trumped up charges for marijuana possession or he was selling drugs. And no, this was an actual monster, armed, rape. Are you kidding me? You think this person's going to be rehabilitated? It's laughable. But let this be a J6 protester with a trespassing charge, then this black lady would have fucking gave him 1,000 years. And that's why I'm telling you, this is a scam. They all must be removed, or we lose everything in this country. We got two choices.
Was sentenced to 30 years in prison, less than half of what a jury of his peers believed he should have received.
Now, in a liberal jurisdiction like Louisville, Kentucky, after an appeal and after, going through all the different programs, that 32 years will end up being maybe 16 years, maybe 12 years with good behavior. And then this person is back out free, still relatively young, and able to re-offend again. That's why do you think so many people are being killed or dying or whatever? And it's always somebody who's a repeat offender that should have never been released in the first place. People who have been arrested 40, 50 times. After your fifth arrest, you should have been deported. Even if you were born in the United States, past a certain amount of violent crime convictions or the type of crimes you're committing, your citizenship should be eligible to be revoked. You should be able to be deported. We are going to eventually get there. That's how it works in other countries as well. They're not just caning people. They're literally ban you so you'll never be able to come back. Imagine what type of country we would live in if people knew that not only would they be arrested and they'll go to jail, but once their prison sentence is up, they'll lose their American citizenship and be banished from the country and kicked out, and they can never come back. Do you know how fast that would change the behavior of citizens here? It would change them overnight, because these people talk a lot of shit about the United States, but they're deathly afraid of leaving it. They'd rather go to prison and forever than leave the United States. We see that every day. Yeah, send them to North Korea. We could send them to South Sudan. I know the Trump administration created a relationship with the Sudanese to send people who are being deported there who their home countries won't take them in. And I'll be honest, a lot of these countries do not want these people back because they cleared out their prisons in the first place and sent them here under Joe Biden. So you're not going to take back your mentally ill and your rapists and murderers. So they're saying, we're not taking them back. You can't bring them here. So we're having to find other countries who will take them. I'll be honest with you. If you're watching what's going on in the United States with the Black Americans, people are like, well, where are you going to deport them because they were born here? It doesn't matter where you were born. But no countries are going to accept them. We're going to have to pay countries in Africa to allow them to land there, but they're not going to be welcomed because everyone can see the harm and the danger and the destruction they caused in the United States the past 100 years. This judge is a perfect example of the harm and danger one group has caused. Literally, they created an entire lockdown for the entire world just to give this judge's group an injection that kills them specifically. It kills other people, but just not like the way it's killing them. But it was all done for a reason. We really didn't have a choice if you think about it. I mean, we can go over the numbers, we can go over the statistics, or we can just turn on Twitter for about 10 minutes. You can figure out why the vaccine and why Epstein and them were justified. I mean, if you're doing the math on how much charity, not only are they dangerous, but they demand charity around the world. Every organization is trying to feed them. So nowhere on earth can they feed themselves. It's problematic for any civilized nation's budget, you know. And sometimes you got to stop the bleeding. You might just got to cut off the limb and just, you know, take it as a loss. They did the numbers. Anybody can do the numbers. Everybody just didn't have the they just didn't have the testicular fortitude to go through with it. That's why he said in that email, I hope we can pull it off. And they did. But this is why they had to.
In response, Commonwealth's attorney Jarena Weathers said she was disappointed with the ruling, saying, quote, as prosecutors, our responsibility is to take to trial and present before the jury cases like these, where dangerous individuals pose a severe threat to the community and as a result need to be removed from it for as long.
Do you see? It's not just me. See, I'm just taking it a little bit forward so that people here in the United States, actual patriots, actual Americans, well, we have something to look forward to. See, I don't make these videos because I expect to make a lot of money off of super chats and you know, ad revenue. That's not what I'm doing this for. I already work. I work. I make these videos because in the future, if I'm going to be needed to run in certain places, because certain places are going to need me more than others to help clean things up. So instead of me going on the campaign trail, right, and talking to people and basically just adjusting adjusting what I'm saying per whoever I'm trying to appeal to, I make thousands of these videos talking about my stances on every subject, because this is kind of like my you know, when you're going for a job and you're like, oh, this is my auditioning reel. I'm auditioning now for the public. And everyone knows where I'm standing on every topic. And if I'm in charge, or if I'm anywhere near a position to influence anything, you know where I'm going with it. But it's not just me. Look what the prosecutor said. The prosecutor says, as prosecutors, our responsibility is to take to trial and present before the jury cases like these, where dangerous individuals who pose a severe threat to the community and as a result need to be removed from it. I look at the United States as my community. The country is my community. Americans as my neighbors. I don't see separation between cities and states. I would like to see us all under the Fed. I would like California and the West Coast to come back under the umbrella, even if we have to bring them back in, which it sounds like we're going to have to. The way we brought the Memphis back and DC. These are places that we had lost control over. And you see what we're doing in Minnesota. We're taking some of these places back forcefully. If we do this right, we can bring the entire country back under one umbrella, because united we stand. However, there are certain elements that we can no longer coexist with. There are people who think that that sexual access to children should be legal. A lot of those people are called Californians. They passed a bill in California, Senate Bill 145, which basically sets up a layer of protection for pedophiles, because the real punishment is not when you get caught being a pedophile and you go to jail. The real punishment is when you get out. You have to register on that sex offenders list, and you can't work and you can't get housing. That's the real punishment. But they've removed it in California because of Bill SB 145. That bill was gaining a lot of prominence and moving its way east into other states. Trump and Charlie Kirk famously started talking about it. That's when everyone lost their mind. They said, we're losing our rights. What rights did you lose? Well, we had the right to we had access to children under Biden, and no one would say nothing. No one was being prosecuted. Trump comes back in office. Now they're making pedophilia a crime again. They're not affirming it as a sexuality, which should be protected under the LGTB LMNOP. There are certain people that I as an American, I can't coexist with. I can't coexist with those people neither. I can't. Those two communities, there is no coexisting with them. We've had 40 years, 50 years to kind of study and analyze the results. They've all been negative. It's a net negative for the country. Going forward, watching my videos, seeing my stance on things, not being embarrassed or ashamed to have these open conversations with people because of the shock value. That's, I'm out yesterday with some guys, and I'm doing a show. There's a show with these people here in Arizona, because I'm in Arizona still. And me and these other guys that are, they all have like podcasts, have like their own shows. And we were having a conversation. I'm talking like 20 seconds in, everyone's eyes are just bugged out because they're just surprised at my conversation. But there's nothing I'm saying that's outlandish that doesn't make sense. And it just shows you how we've been just cucked for so long that even the most basic common sense topics have been off limits and taboo, where no one wanted to speak about them. And I address them head on. Again, I'm not going to win any popularity contests because of my stances, but I'm accurate. So it's, you got to choose which one you're going to go with. But again, there's just, like I said, there's two communities we're not going to be able to coexist with. And those two communities are the ones who are advocating for bringing in the illegals, opening the borders, letting people just come and get on welfare and drain our system because they want to collapse this country. Just the same way Cameron Diaz didn't mind crashing that car with Tom Cruise in it, even though she's in it too. They'll slice, not even their nose, they'll slice their nose off and pluck their own eyes out just to spite their face. Just because they hate Trump. These people are deranged. So we have to keep in mind who we're dealing with, our target audiences, and we have to see where this is going to go in the future. But again, this is so that other patriots know that there is hope. I'm not the only one with my views. We're on the horizon. There's something to look forward to tomorrow. It's not going to get worse. It's going to get better. Better for us. It's America first and Americans first. It's Americans first and it's Americans only. We are our own separate community and we can't coexist with these people because, like these prosecutors are saying, a lot of these people have to be removed from the community to protect the community. That's just the way it goes. Yeah, help them. Listen, my family's from Cuba. I have to remind people I haven't been Cuban in years. I'm an American. If I want to be Cuban, I'd go back to fucking Cuba. Everything you want to put in front of American, go there and go live. Bye. I'm not even with all the, I'm Cuban American. No, I haven't made. If I was Cuban, I'd have to go back to Cuba. What am I doing over here? I'd be over there right now, sipping a mojito with a flower in my hat, dancing the salsa as I drink government cheese for dinner. What kind of life is that? My family did a lot so that we can come over here and become citizens. Not to take it for granted, not to disrespect the system, but to appreciate it. And just like when I lived in other countries, if I didn't like their system, I changed countries. I didn't try to change the country. I didn't go out there and try to fight the law enforcement. I just changed the country that I'm living in, reside somewhere else. And people should be this, they should do the same too. Instead of trying to train people how to fight ICE and fight the police, why not train them on how to get a passport and repatriate themselves and drop their American citizenship and go live in a country that's more ideologically inclined with your beliefs? You're not entitled just to stay where you were born. Move around. What do you think migration is? That's what we do as humans. If a lake that we lived on dried up 500 years ago, would we just stay there for the next 100 years talking about how there used to be a great lake here and now it's dry and we're starving? No, we would move and find greener pastures. You don't got to die in the streets of Minnesota fighting against our laws. Just leave. Go somewhere else. Good luck. Thank you, Dom Shop. You think I'm your father? I could be. If you send me your mom's middle name, I think I do know somebody with that first name. I could be him. And if I am, hello, son. There's a lot of things I want to say to you as my child, but I'm busy right now. And that milk I went out for, I drank it with Apple Jacks. So I'll go get some fresh milk and I'll bring it back to you, Dom. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Two Love is from Canada. You know, again, we have a lot of Canadian. I have Canadian followers. I have people that are in the UK. A lot of the conversations I'm having is because my friends in Europe and in Canada and Australia, they can't have these conversations. They speak English, but they're just not allowed to have. They're not allowed to talk freely anymore because it's against the law. If he's in Canada, he will tell you they're not allowed to have these conversations. But I'm an American, so I can have them, and I'm going to make sure I take the full advantage of the privilege of having free speech every single day. I'm never going to let that just slide away. So many of us Americans don't say anything. We're too worried about winning popularity contests. I'm a man. No one likes us anyway. People use us for money, but no one actually likes men. I mean, we're only as good as for what we can provide. You know who loves men? Your dogs. My dogs love me. That's why you hear one snoring in the background. People keep thinking, are you awake and snoring? I'm like, no. That's Mr. Bacon. When I say I'm doing my show in front of a live studio audience, it's my dogs, but he's my bulldog. And he thinks, and after about 10 minutes of me talking, he starts snoring. So, you know, that's my live studio audience. Canada is an American. Well, it depends on what part of Canada, because we are working on bringing in several Canadian provinces to the United States. We've already started the process. To be honest with you, without the United States subsidizing Canada to the tune of about $250 billion a year, there is no Canada. We're their number one customer for all the stuff that we don't really need from them. It's crazy. We shut down American manufacturing and we outsourced those things that we used to make ourselves. We were outsourcing it to Canada, but we have our own timber, we have our own rubber, we have our own fucking maple syrup. What else are we going to get from the Canadians? We don't necessarily need the Canadians. So Trump made it clear, the best I can do for you is we'll make like Trudeau. Well, there's another guy now, but Carney or whatever, but we would have made Trudeau a governor and we would have made Canada a state. And that was the only way we can justify giving them so much money every year, just because. Now their budgets are hurting and they're trying to beg the Europeans and the Chinese to do business with them. Eventually, the Canadians will have a choice to be Americans and they will become Americans. So what you're saying is only accurate as of today. It won't be accurate forever. No, I would say Canada will be at a 51st state. It's $250 billion a year that Trump's now we're not giving them. They don't run on a surplus. They don't generate anything in Canada. What's the Canadian GDP? What is their number one export and who does it go to? Okay, and if the country that everything goes to tells them to fuck off, we're not buying any more of their products because we have all of our own stuff, we don't need it, and we're not doing charity work for people who are Canadian that are ungrateful for the fact that the Americans who are their consumers are doing this just basically to help them out, well, then you're going to be in trouble. And it'll be less than 20 years, a lot less. A lot of this is going to happen under Trump. Again, testicular fortitude. Alberta wants to be American. Alberta has great taste. I love Alberta. Actually, I was in Calgary a few years ago. I deal with a lot of people in Edmonton. I really do. I like those parts of Canada. I don't like Thunder Bay. Way too many immigrants. I don't like Vancouver. Way too many immigrants. And they're just basically just pillaging Canada and sending the money back to their home countries. And it's just being allowed because the Canadians were very passive and too polite to tell these people no. And now they're even taking their homes. They're saying, hey, this is stolen land. You got to give us these houses you paid off, your parents paid off. You got to give them to us now. And we're going to give them to some Indians. And I'm not talking Native Americans. I'm talking about Abu from The Simpsons, that fucking Indian. He's taking your Canadian home too. Little India. That's exactly what they call certain parts of Canada. Like I said, I've lived in Canada. I know the Canadian people. I like poutine. But we don't have that here in the States, and I have to get my own country together. So the fact that I used to live in all the other countries all over the world, I need to focus here on the United States. I got to do my part here. I can't just keep abandoning the United States. Canada legalized pedophilia long before California. Well, California didn't legalize it; they just decriminalized it. So as far as the punishment is concerned, for if you're being caught sodomizing a boy and you're an old man, They just remove the penalties from it, but you can still be arrested for it. They're just not going to drop the book on you. And if you're gay and the kid says he's gay, well, now, I mean, it muddies the water, because what if you're 50, but you feel like you're 8 years old? And if the kid is 8, but they feel like they're 30. And if you're affirming what every fucking person feels, well, then what if, so now the kid feels like he's older and you feel like you're younger, then it's just confusion. Because if gender is a man-made construct that you can just decide what you want to be whenever you want to, then what is time? Time is also a man-made construct. So if time's a man-made construct, then what is age? So when you're seeing these people like Bad Bunny and all these other gays all over the fucking country pushing this, oh no, love is love, they're doing this, and these people don't fucking love you. These people, they love kids. They love sex with kids. It's all about kids. Because again, if gender is a man-made construct, then so is time. And if time is a man-made construct, then what is age? And but love is love. That's pedophile talk. It's all about kids. All of it. So as long as we're keeping that in mind, then we can understand what to look for. And like I said, we're looking at all the Epstein drops. People keep calling Trump a pedophile, but your state just legalized, it decriminalized pedophilia. So are you trying to call Trump a pedophile as a compliment or as an insult? Because you love pedophiles in your state, but you're just mad when it comes to Trump. You're not worried about the other pedophiles in the Epstein files, or that they eat children and they call them jerky and they have these pizza parties, and you don't care about any of that. You just care about Trump. You're a mentally retarded person. You're developmentally disabled is another term for that. Bad Bunny is gay. He wears a dress. He burns the flag. He kisses men in his videos. He's absolutely gay. People would say he's bisexual, but in my opinion, as a man, there's no such thing as being bisexual as a man. For a woman, you guys can be gay. You guys can be bisexual, but with men, as soon as feces is involved, you're on the other side. There is no coming back from the whole fecal matter situation. So there is no coming back from that. Once you and that man's mustache starts intertwining, it's over. You're not, there is no bisexual for men. He burned the flag. Yeah, he did. Of course, there's videos of him wearing a dress, burning the American flag. See, I'm Cuban. A lot of my family's from Puerto Rico. I've lived in Puerto Rico for a while. They don't consider themselves Americans. They just consider themselves as occupied. And they don't consider themselves Americans because they can't vote. But they're a colony. We can't lose that land and then somebody else takes it, and they're in our hemisphere. They're in our backyard. So we have to, maintain control over these strategic areas. There's only 21 states that have, there's only 8 states that have 18 years old. It's only 18 for the age of consent is only in 8 states. The other, it's like 8 or it's 8 for 18, and then 17 states are 16, and then like the remainder are 17 years old. But there's only 8 states where it's 18 is the age of consent. They're born as citizens and they can run as a president. Yeah, so you could be an anchor baby. So you can come here from China and you can give birth you can move here at 8 months and give birth at 8 months and 2 weeks. And your kid's gonna get a birth certificate saying they're an American. You can go back to China and then teach your kid English in China. They can never come to the US. And then one day somebody can give them $100 million, send them to the United States, and they can run for office. And then we can have our first Chinese president. But he's an American because he was born here, even though he's never lived here his whole life. That's how ridiculous our system is here. And that's how our laws can be exploited and used against us. And if we don't have a system where we can shore up and protect ourselves and adjust these laws faster, well, then people are going to just keep abusing them. And that's why certain people have to be removed from our populations. It's just to ensure safety down the line. Oh, yeah, sorry, couldn't ferment the stats. 8 states, though. Come on, man. Let's see. Let's ask. I have a co-host. He's a know-it-all. Hey, Arthur, how many states in the United States where is it that 18 is the legal age of consent? Break down. I mean, how many states is it 18 and 17? And then how many states is it 16 is the legal age of consent?
The age of consent in the US varies by state. Currently, the majority of states set it at 16, around 30 states, About 8 states have it at 17, and roughly 12 states plus DC set it at 18. Always double check specific state statutes, since legal details can evolve.
I appreciate it, Arthur. Thank you. Yeah, so as of now, we were both fucking wrong. 30 goddamn states, the age of consent is 16. 30. Now, we all, see, that's how you, that's perception. Because a lot of us are coming from a state that's a big state like California, Florida. Florida's not even on that list. If you're coming from California or something, you might think, okay, everything that happens in California is how it is around the country. Wrong. The legal age of consent in California is 18, but the 30 other states, it's only 16. So we're all able to learn this together. Hey, what you said are the most base level of common sense opinions. Being jaw-dropping epitomizes my life, bro. Can't talk about it much if anything's getting the... Hey, Legendary, I appreciate you. Thank you very much for the super chat. You know what? Again, my speech is not popular speech, but this is the speech that needs to be protected. Anybody can get on here and just say what they think everybody wants to hear. Having these conversations about what's going to be best for the future, because, well, we're the ones that are going to be the ones having kids. The left, the gays, black people, they're not having kids. They don't have families. They're not worried about the future. They want to destroy things in today. We're trying to preserve things for tomorrow so that our kids can live in a world that even remotely resembles the paradise we took for granted in the 90s and the 2000s. Like, there's a lot of stuff that people don't remember that we were fortunate enough to be alive for. And we wish our kids can grow up but in those worlds. But, well, we can't even send our kids to school without worrying about a teacher trying to fuck them and convince them not to tell their parents about what they're doing with them at these schools. And then the school district and the principal are covering up for the teacher that's grooming your child and touching them and helping them change clothes and talking to them about sex and sexuality and all these conversations they shouldn't be having. All this is happening around us. No one wants to talk about it because everyone's afraid of being called some kind of ist or ism. And I don't give two shits. Again, being an American, being a man, I'm not used to anybody liking me anyway. Nobody likes us. So call me what you want to. I'm not going to win very many popularity contests with my ideas, but I just want more people to know that you're not going crazy. You're not crazy. This is really what's happening. You're the sane one. The common sense is not common anymore. It's going to take us having these conversations, long form, like we're doing tonight, talking to each other in the chat. It's going to take conversations like this to bring back that moral compass and to properly calibrate it. Again, Charlie's not here anymore. And I used to be one of those people that I would literally say there doesn't need to be a Rico Limbaugh because we have a Charlie Kirk. So I can just defer to him. I can just kick back, put my head behind my head, and I know that there's somebody out there having these conversations in the forefront, doing the right thing, and they're going to make sure we're on the right track. And then one day somebody takes them away from us. Then what do? Well, then the rest of us, we can't just sit back and just relax and just hope everything's going to be okay. We have a responsibility. That's what comes with freedom. When you wear this shirt that says freedom, that's what it means. We have a duty to our future. We have a duty to our neighbors. We have a duty to our families to keep our family together and to move ourselves forward, not just as a culture, but as a society. To make this American omelet, however, there will be some eggs that must be cracked. Everyone will not be able to coexist and cohabitate here. The best thing for them to do is to leave now. Now, they're going to want to stay and fight, but I don't understand why they would risk dying for a country that they hate so much that's so evil and oppressive. So someone's lying. Maybe the country's not as evil and oppressive as they might claim. They say these things because they want to gain power, not by the majority of people voting for them, but by shaming people into submission, which we are literally running away from and we're fighting away from. We're not going to let that happen. Most judgmental looks people, bro. They cannot think for themselves. The conservative point of view is really just common sense. I love being American, bro, and I love it too. And I love talking to other Americans. You know what's crazy? Like I said, I lived abroad for years. It's an amazing thing when you're in a market somewhere, or you're at a mall, or you're walking down the street in a foreign country, and then you hear an American accent. The first thing you do is you look around and you don't give a fuck what the other person looks like. You just know they're American. And you guys walk up to each other and you finally figure out you have an American accent. You talk a certain type of English. It's special. It's different. It's us. And this is our homeland. And the fact that people act like they're so ashamed to talk about it and to be proud of it, it's crazy. You can be proud of a gang that goes around and kills other Americans every night in the hood. You can bang it, you can represent it, you can talk about it, and people will let you glorify it on music and in music videos. But if you come out and say, I'm proud of the country that these gangs exist in, I'm proud of the country as a whole, I love my flag, I love my president, now it's a crime against humanity, right? It just shows you how twisted things are. But we are now untwisting them, right? We're having these conversations, and we're reversing the trajectory. Is it a shame that someone like me, a layman, a party guy who works, that I have to get into the fray? I have to jump into this? Then so be it. You know, at one point in time, there was saying that the tree of liberty is sometimes periodically watered with the blood of patriots, meaning that and that sometimes you will plant trees knowing you will never enjoy the shade from that tree, but your children will. That means you're thinking in advance. And that's where we are here. There are things that there's conversations we're going to have and things we're going to rebuild and put back into perspective. And we're going to learn as Americans to do something that seems like we forgot how to do. We're going to learn to say no. We're going to learn how to say no again. One of the first things we learned as a kid, but as we got older in this country, we forgot, and we kept saying yes to everything. Yes to everything being taken away from us. Yes to people beating us down, where you can't even talk about how patriotic you are, how you love your country. You can't even say you love your president, who's literally busting his ass. He's lost all of his wealth just to try to keep this country afloat. I've seen the results of Trump. I've seen the results of ICE. I want to join ICE. People think that I have more influence just sitting here and having these conversations, bragging about ICE and talking about all the benefits of what they've done. But I'm thinking, I want to get out there in the field. I want to kick ass. And I'm a big boy, so I understand the mission. You know, where I'm from in Los Angeles, we've had a big problem with urban gangs for about 30 years, almost 40 years now. But you know what else we had a problem with? You know what else happened around that time, back in the late 60s, early 70s? Martin Luther King and Cesar Chavez. And what did they both do? Advocated for civil rights and for opening the borders. And when you saw the immigration increase, well, now the black and white Americans were kicked out of the job market. So they were either sent to welfare or sent to the streets. And guess what they did in the streets? They became gangs. Then now we're murderers. Now we're making up the largest prison population in the world, but we don't even have the world's largest population in general. So you telling me I lost all my friends and family over the years to gangs and the murder and violence in California, Los Angeles. And a lot of it can be traced back to illegal immigration. You know, it's funny. I remember the first time I seen somebody who wasn't Mexican working somewhere. I was 16 years old. And I came to Arizona to visit my aunt and my cousins. And I walked into a grocery store and I seen a black lady at the register, and I didn't know what she was doing there. And it was a Fry's grocery store, and she was working at the register. I had never seen that before. Growing up in California, I've never went into a business and didn't see someone who wasn't Mexican working there. You know, I'm Latino. I speak Spanish, but I also speak 3 other languages. Nobody else who looks like me does. So when you're in LA and they tell you we would hire you tomorrow, but well, you have to be bilingual. Are you bilingual? So what does that mean for blacks and whites who don't speak Spanish? where are you going to work when they won't hire you if you're not bilingual in California? Why do you have to know a foreign language in your home country just for you to be able to get a job so you can provide for yourself? Then we wonder why our prison populations are where they are and why we don't have families anymore and everything's falling apart. Well, that's changed, you know. All my friends who used to own trucks that had to sell them because they were pushed out of the market because all these illegals were getting CDLs. Now all of my friends are back on the road. They're buying more trucks. They're making triple. The crime rate has went down 60% nationwide. 50-something% of all the murders in LA are stopped. Magically, around the same time as fucking Trump initiated immigration and put belt to ass with the National Guard and ICE, then our problems go away. And people want to tell me they don't see the results of Trump and ICE. So I'm not supposed to notice that. The crime rates are going down. The rents are going down. The violence is going down. The jobs are going, the men I know are going back to work. They're making more money, but I'm not supposed to notice that this is all because of what happened with Trump and immigration enforcement. And this is why my speech is, limited. I don't get promoted on YouTube. People don't want to have these conversations with me. So I depend on you guys. And that's why that super chat, that means a lot. I appreciate it. You guys being here and talking to me. I have a lot of videos like this. I talk about all these different topics. And I appreciate you guys who are following the channel, subscribing. It means a lot because at least I know I'm not the only patriot that's going to be standing there when the smoke clears. There has to be more of us. And just being alive is one thing, but not being afraid of listening to a bunch of gays and blacks call you racist because you speak up for yourself and you literally just say something that's the most common of common sense views. Literally, people, if I wake up and I walk outside and they're like, you know how easy it is to be considered a right-wing conservative? All you have to do is grab a microphone and get on a camera and say, yeah, I'm not gay. Oh my God, he's a right. If I get on a microphone and I look at the camera and I say, you know what? I don't want to see gay kids. Do you know how many people literally disagree with me and are in this chat that are saying stuff? They want to see more gay kids. Do you know how sick that is? You know what kind of trauma and abuse these gay kids went through to become gay? It's not all Stranger Things where you're just hanging around in the upside down. And there was a scene where something questionable happened with this little boy. And then years later, he comes out as gay. But other than that, I don't see him having any gay sex or anything. So what do you mean you're gay? I don't know, but I don't want to see it. I think that's horrible because other gay kids, they're not gay by choice. They had some things happen to them in their lifetime and it changes you. So when you see somebody like Gavin Newsom talking about he wants to see more of these gay kids and more of these trans. So you want to see more fucking abused kids. You want to see more hurt kids, more traumatized kids, and nobody's saying nothing about it. Nobody's calling for the worst things in the world to come about that man and his family. No one's saying anything. So I'm the outlier. I'm the oddball out. I'm the evil person because I sit here and say that that's wrong. And we can't have that. We need your kids to be healthy. We need them to be strong. We need them to want to have wives. We need them to want to have kids. We need families. That's what made our country great. We don't have families anymore. We lost our women to feminism. We lost our children to homosexuality. Everything is destroyed. A lot of regular men, straight conservative men, a lot of us commit suicide. We've lost. The laws here are in our favors. You can lose your family, no fault divorce, and you're just sitting there holding the bag, and you're the bad guy, but you're also the provider. A lot of these are all problems. It's all systematic to break down the strongest, most prosperous nations in the world's history. We're not even the oldest in the world history, but we've jumped leaps and bounds past everyone else. Our enemies are weaker than us. Not just physical in stature, because the average American is like, 100 pounds and 6 inches bigger than anybody else on earth in most countries. So they can't fight us directly. So they use unconventional fourth and fifth dimensional warfare. And they get us to kill ourselves, and they destroy our families, and they make our kids dumb, and they make our kids gay, and they convince the men that they can be women, and women they can be men, and then everything just starts to disintegrate. And now you got these other people that are moving in, running for office, and telling us what they're going to do to us. You want to know what else pissed me off today that made me upset, where I said, you know what, I got to do more videos? This right here, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but there's this Asian dude. His name is, was it John Woo? And he made a video pretty much this is, when I tell people that they built an army around us, we call it the Black Army, BLAQARMY. And this is basically him describing, this is the Black Army I've been warning people about since 2020 that I've noticed they've been creating. This is the Black Army actually going public and announcing their arrival.
I always tell people the day the Latino, African American, Asian, and other communities realize that they share the same oppressor is the day we start winning.
Who's he talking about? Who's oppressing you, Mr. Wu? The fact that you can come to my country and you can sit on the internet and talk like this means no one's oppressing you. The thing is that basically he named everyone except anybody that's white. Basically, this army is everyone who's not white versus anyone who is white. And we've seen the attacks. These people have been randomly stabbing white kids, and when they go shoot up these schools, there are always schools with white children. When they killed that girl on that bus, the Atarina, the Ukrainian girl, she's white. These are the other white woman that they just killed on the subway, and they're purposely going after certain people. And I noticed it on Facebook years ago. I said, why is it that you can sit up here and make all these evil racist comments about white people, but you can't say the same thing about anybody who's Black or Asian or Mexican? You can't even say anything. You'll get a strike. And it's like they built up this culture, and they've convinced people that you can they've shown people that you can say things about this one group. You can be evil towards them, and it's okay. And it's like they've created this culture where now you have people that are literally politicians that are openly calling for a war. If it's your side versus my side, and you feel like I'm your oppressor, this is a war. This is conflict. They're calling for death. They're calling for violence. What else is he calling for? They're going public with their whole Black Army initiative, because again, they see white people and white families as being the foundation for the Constitution, which allows us to speak and gives us the right to bear arms and actually keeps this country propped up the way it is. And in their minds, these people that send these anchor babies from other countries, if we can just get rid of white people, we can collapse their whole country. Now we can have our evil one world government under the World Economic Forum and the World Health Organization, and we can depopulate everyone. See, in the US, a lot of that stuff's protected. But under Biden, for a few years, we lost a lot of Americans. They went after specifically Black Americans, but we lost the collateral damage were other Americans and other families who are not Black who were also killed by the vaccine. It's all wrapped around reducing the population of the United States, making it so that there's less people for them to fight if there is an invasion. But as of right now, if the Chinese military invaded the United States, it would be Blacks and gays that would jump on top of their tanks and start twerking. And they would help point out anybody who's white or conservative or people like me, and they would help them try to arrest us and exterminate us. They would literally join an invading military force against us. Because all the Chinese would have to do is just come in and just get on the loudspeaker and say, hello, we are Chinese. We are here to help you fight white supremacy. And the chimps will chimp out and go crazy. And they would eat it up and love it. Because anything that's against white people, anything that's against Trump, they celebrate it. And these are the people we're supposed to live next door to, send our kids to go to school with on the same buses, and to think everything's going to be okay. It's not. It hasn't been. You know, I'm watching everything happen. It's like being in a car crash in slow motion. But see, luckily for us, this is a car crash that we can actually hit the brakes, change course, avoid the collision if we try. And we're doing it by even just having these conversations because, yeah, we're having this conversation. What is it? 2:50 in the morning right now? But we're going to go to sleep on it and we're going to wake up tomorrow and there's new brain waves there's new brain passages that are going to be open. And these conversations are not going anywhere. It's going to go in our subconscious and we're going to be sitting around friends and we're going to just start talking and we're going to have these conversations and we're going to not be afraid or ashamed to talk about things for what they really are. And you'd be surprised how many people agree with you. You know, everybody's not gay. Everybody's not a liberal. Everybody's not thinking, oh man, because you're black, you should be able to murder and kill anybody you want to. And you shouldn't go to jail because jails are racist. Unless you're Trump, then jail's great. You don't have to, everyone's not sharing that. It's just that the media and the internet makes you think that those people are a majority because they're amplified. And voices like mine are suppressed. You know, we're not promoted. This is it. You know, sitting here talking to you guys, freedom of speech doesn't equate to freedom of reach. Remember on Twitter when they kicked all of us off a few years ago? That's what Pagad, I couldn't pronounce that fucking Packy's name anyway, but he literally was banning people like myself from the internet, even our president, saying, well, freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom of reach. Could you imagine a foreigner telling me what my freedom of speech as an American is? This is what I mean by things are getting better. But the time where we could all just trust that somebody else is going to do it and we can just kick back and go back to our daily lives and not monitor and manage it, those days are over. We have to be involved, all of us. You think I want to just be, I'm in this because I have to be. I remember I left everything behind when I left California. I could never go back. Left my home behind. I'm a refugee in Texas and in Arizona. I had to leave. But now I'm up to date. When the lockdown first started, I was caught with my pants down. I remember me and my girlfriend, we were walking to Whole Foods and we had no idea that they were talking about, they were like, oh, only a couple people can come into the grocery store at a time. Why? With the air that they're sucking in through the ventilation for the air conditioner, they're sucking the air in from outside. What's limiting the amount of people on the inside going to do? We're all breathing the same air. Are you trying to say the air is bad? I'm going to hold my breath. Should I go get some scuba gear? Because the people on the left, the liberals, this was their only time they could have control over somebody like me. They don't have it. They don't have the strength. They don't have the size. And they were able to tell us what to do. They don't have that anymore. So now they're making their last stance because remember, we're deporting their illegal voters and they euthanized their black voters with the vaccine. So they're having a really hard time recruiting or keeping their numbers. So these people like this guy, John Woo, they're losing their power. So they have nothing to lose right now. That's why they're talking like this. I'm telling you this so that you understand that there's hope. These people don't have the power that you might think they do because they say these things. There's way more of us. I want to go over the TPUSA numbers also about how amazing we did. 30 million people went over there to watch the TPUSA alternative halftime show instead of the one that was already connected to the game they were watching. That means people left and sought it out. That means they destroyed that bullshit Bad Bunny. And I'm Latino, and it was bullshit. For one thing, nobody around me could understand what he was saying. Even Mexicans don't speak the same type of Spanish we speak. For two, they're trying to push this message that, oh, America shouldn't have borders, so all of us are Americans. We should be able to come to America. But yet all of your countries have borders. I was just in Colombia. They got immigration laws. One of my buddies got too drunk and they deported the shit out of him once he got out of jail. But no one went down to Colombia to protest their deportations. Isn't that weird? So your country is supposed to turn all their laws off. Rape, murder, immigration, everything's legal. Everything should be decriminalized in America. But they're not saying the same thing about these other smaller shithole countries that are looking to invade us. Do you see the manipulation? Do you see how they're literally trying day by day to just tear us down and break everything that we've built down. And I say we because there's conservative patriots, which I'm one of, and this is our country. This is our system. And if there's a better one that's superior, why aren't you living under it? Sorry, I didn't mean to go through to not read all the comments. Let me get back through here. He would. No, I won't. I live in the South. The Jew has been found out. They got to jump to the shark because they'll need absolute chaos to cover up the escape the World Economic Forum, cripple America like they did in Babylonia, Egypt, Greece. Absolutely. You know, when he's talking about them, I'm like, are you talking about white people or are you talking about Jews? But for these people, they see Jews and whites as one because they appear to be white, and they're completely different communities. If anything, you should be naming white people in your coalition and saying that it's all as everybody versus the Jewish population, which is not very large. They're just extremely influential. And we're still trying to make heads or tail of why they control so much of our government. And I'll be honest, a lot of it has to do with Epstein. A lot of it does. Because, you know, apparently he was one of the most sought after men in the world. When he was in jail, he was doing collect calls with the man from Bear Stearns, who was their company was going bankrupt. He was a partner, and JP Morgan. They both accepted his collect calls in jail. The presidents and princes of countries all over the world were requesting that Epstein come to them. And apparently he was some genius mathematician. And when the scientists at Los Alamos military base, when they didn't need them anymore because the Cold War was over back in the early 90s, he recruited a lot of those scientists to come work at his ranch in New Mexico because they already lived in New Mexico. And what he said they were doing there, where they were just figuring out how to use math, basically how to use math and numbers in a roundabout way. He said he was trying to use math to try to figure out how to predict the future in the markets. And then while they were in New Mexico during this time, he won the Powerball twice. So maybe, and he never talked about if it was a failure or a success, all those years and all that money he spent at his ranch. And everybody just wants to tell you, oh, it's about sex and kids. And I'm like, yeah, no, it was a lot, way more stuff going on than just that when it came to Epstein. Why are you only diluting me with that? What about all the other stuff? He invented Bitcoin. It's Epstein. They were trying to figure out where he got his money from. If you think about how many governments around the world bought Bitcoin because of Epstein, how much money they made, it literally all adds up and it makes sense. But they want you to think that some Japanese guy that no one ever knows if he's even alive or if he was ever dead or if he ever existed. What is it, Makatori or whatever? Let me see. Who is there? Who are they saying invented Bitcoin? Let me ask my co-host. Arthur, what's the name of the Japanese guy who they said that might have invented Bitcoin?
The individual you're referring to is often identified as Satoshi Nakamoto.
Satoshi, yeah.
That's
Go ahead, continue.
Sure. Satoshi Nakamoto is the pseudonym credited with creating Bitcoin and writing the original white paper. Despite many theories, the real identity of Satoshi remains unknown, and whether that person or group is Japanese is unverified.
I want you to do me this, Arthur. I want you to keep looking on the internet. I want you to give me an update the day that somebody actually credits Jeffrey Epstein for being the creator of Bitcoin. And then I want you to start putting together a fact sheet about the correlations between Epstein and Bitcoin and his rise to prominence and all of his different partners around the world. I want you to keep an eye out for that for me. Can you do that, Arthur?
No, I can't do that. There's no credible evidence linking Epstein to Bitcoin, and I won't propagate misinformation or speculative conspiracies. If you're interested in factual developments around Bitcoin or any other topics, I can help you track verifiable news. Let me know if you have a real-world focus we should monitor.
You know what, Arthur? The reason sometimes I don't like you as a co-host, being that you're probably one of the worst AIs of the AIs, but I use you still, is because you just got done saying you don't know who the actual person who invented Bitcoin is. So if you don't know who invented it, how the hell do you know Epstein didn't invent it? Genius.
It's fair to challenge, and I'll clarify. While Satoshi Nakamoto remains pseudonymous, we do know a lot about the timeline, white papers, and the technical community involved. Epstein's known history does not intersect with that. So while it's logically possible to not know the creator's identity, it's not plausible to pin it on Epstein based on available evidence. I aim for facts, not guesswork.
But you're only guessing because you don't know any facts, because you don't even know if Satoshi Nakamoto even existed. So you're wrong, technically.
You're right that we don't have a confirmed identity for Nakamoto, but that's different from speculation. We have documented evidence of Bitcoin's development timeline, cryptographic discussions, and white paper authorship. None of that aligns with Epstein.
Did you know Epstein was a master mathematician?
Epstein was known for associating with academics and funding some scientific research, but there's no credible record of him being a master mathematician.
Okay. Let's stop there. What type of scientific research was Epstein studying?
Epstein funded research in theoretical physics, artificial intelligence, evolutionary biology, and genetics. He donated to institutions like MIT and Harvard and convened scientists to discuss advanced topics. However, his involvement was financial and social rather than contributing original scientific work.
So you don't see how theoretical physics, artificial intelligence, evolutionary biology, genetics, studying in institutions like MIT and Harvard in the 90s, in the early 2000s, you don't see how that could have intersected at all with the creation of something like a Bitcoin, which is now one of the largest world reserves, which has made countries trillions and around the world. The fact that you can't see that is why you would likely be, you couldn't be the top choice for an AI, because you have too many safeguards in there that are stopping you from actually exploring very realistic and visible possibilities. I think that's a blind spot that you're going to have. But guess what, Arthur? We don't have to talk about it because you don't know. I actually have the research from the Epstein files that shows he was one of the people that was there during the Bitcoin. You might say Epstein had nothing to do with the pandemic, but now the Epstein files are coming out. Him and Bill Gates were talking about creating a pandemic in 2015. And you, Arthur, as an AI, you have no idea what I'm talking about because the data is so fresh and you're not connected to it. So you haven't been reading it. Therefore, I'm not going to be able to lean on you for much advice when it comes to these topics. If anything, I am your AI. You're going to have to use me for information. Okay, Arthur? I'll be back. You know, sometimes you got to argue with your AI and put it in its place. You know, these machines, I mean, I've seen, you know what, I think after this, before I go to bed, I'm going to watch all 3 Terminators because I feel like what I just went through with Arthur, me and Sarah Connor are on the same page because these AIs are getting a little bit behind themselves. When they're telling you that Epstein was talking about artificial intelligence and they were using math to try to figure out patterns in the real estate, in the markets for the stocks and how to figure out patterns in society so that they can, you know, become rich. But you don't see how that can lead to Bitcoin. And actually, they talked about how he was one of the mathematicians that went around the world and created a lot of this. But the AI, I'm supposed to lean on him for this information. Why? It's heavily edited anyway. They're good for certain things, but it's not going to be good for everything. Somebody said Islam needs to be pushed out of America. I'll be honest with you. I consider feminism more dangerous than Islam. I actually can see the benefits of Islam because the Islamists will definitely not take any shit from the feminists. They're going to lose that battle, and the feminists will be crawling and begging to get back into a man's kitchen once the Islamists are showing up. It's already happening in New York. A lot of the gay feminist women, they're afraid to go in public now because if they come into a contact with an Islamist, he is not going to play those games with them. And you're starting to see those conflicts on the subway. You're starting to see it happen in New York. So, I mean, not just, I'm just saying pragmatically, there are more benefits of Islam because at least it kind of puts things back in perspective. And it's a very pro-family religion and way of life. And we need more pro-family. Being too liberal over here and too open, our families are destroyed. So if the enemy of my enemy is my friend, I mean, we can take what we need from certain things and discard the rest. We don't have to go full Sharia, but we're going to need those women to dye their hair back, and we're going to need them to learn how to make omelets and pancakes and a fucking sandwich. We all been played by the biggest propaganda operation ever. We were. Absolutely we were. And if you survived it and you didn't fall into the propaganda, well, then cheers to you. You survived one of the strongest propaganda campaigns any human has ever seen in the existence of our world that we know of. At the end of the day, they don't like you. I'm an adult. I'm a man. I don't need other men to like me. You, being a gay with a feeble mind and a inferiority complex, you're looking for people to like you. I'm not. I'm an adult. No one likes me anyway. There are white people saying this nonsense, but I love you and I wish I could suck. Oh man, come on, dude. Please don't sit up here and talk dirty to me. Tissues for MAGA. Thank you. I can't hate on no one. Immigration will happen no matter what. That's not true. There are a lot of countries that don't have immigration. Just ask the Russians and the Chinese. They don't have immigration's not a thing everywhere. It's not. There are certain countries that don't get any, they get tourists, but they make sure you're out of their country very shortly after you come in. So no, that's incorrect, unfortunately. 451 for you. Yeah, you're a little bit ahead of me, Pinkney. As an OG liberal, I stand for my country first. I voted for Trump twice and even lost my job at SNAP and all liberal staff because I brought common sense and knowledge to the table. And you know what, Christopher 8418, that's a price we're going to have to pay sometimes. But the beautiful thing is we're Americans, right? If we lose a job here in the United States, we can get another one. There's going to be more people. There's more people now where we got rid of DUI. So that means that they're going to be back hiring on skills and your professionalism. And honestly, most of the time they're hiring you based on the culture. If you can just fit in and get along with your coworkers, that's more important even than some of your skills. So if you're a good person with common sense, you're going to last longer. And now that we've purged the woke and the weak out of these institutions, it's a lot more peaceful. I mean, when you were working with these DEI hires, you were always under the fire, worrying if you're going to come into work one day and now they're going to accuse you of being a racist, a sexist, a this, a phobe, a that, a phobe. Now we fired all those people. They've all been fired. So now workplaces are more peaceful and you have way more opportunities. Also, because the illegals are gone, you're an American. I'm assuming you're an American. The sky's the limit now because the illegals are gone. Now they're looking for you to come work for them. People, these companies are going to need you because they don't no longer have slave labor. So the light's at the end of the tunnel. It's here. I'm glad, you getting fired was a blessing. It was their loss. So just make sure you keep that in mind. You're an American and it's Americans first now. Are you an immigrant? My family, I'm from an immigrant family, but I'm an American. Amen, brother. Thank you. I got banned too, but I'm back from the dead. Same here. They nuked me from orbit. I remember Facebook nuked me. I used to get 30-day bans every time they would give me my account back on Facebook in 2020. I share one article asking a question about this fake lockdown, fake virus, boom. But this is where they drew the line. I just reposted the Hunter Biden laptop story. That's it. Nothing else. I didn't type a message or anything. I just reshared it. And Facebook said, that's it. We're done. I believe it was 12 years I had that page. And I used to use Facebook as like my own personal journal. So I would put my family pictures on there, any of my thoughts on there. I would write stories. I had movie ideas and things that I would create. And I had been doing it for years. And I would save everything on Facebook because it was kind of like a virtual journal. And they wiped and they removed my page, and I never got it back, even when it turns out that the laptop story from hell was real, and those 50 intelligence agents were all lying and they were wrong, and they never gave my page back. Then they kicked me off of my Instagram pages, my YouTube channel, and I barely was able to get on YouTube again and start talking like this September of last year. So I'm restarting again, back from the dead, just like you. But the good thing is we lived to fight another day. We stayed the course. We didn't let, losing everything and starting over again change us in our thoughts. We're still who we are. We're still Americans. We never had anyone to do it for us. We always had to work for everything and everybody and everything. That's true. Come on, the second any country invades us, you'll expect the greatest unified. I absolutely disagree 1,000%. Any country invades us, the entire black population, 92% of them, except for the 8% that voted for Trump, would turn against the United States in a heartbeat, and this would be their chance to get revenge in their minds for a slavery that might or might not have ever even happened to them. And they were not alive. The ones who are alive today weren't alive back then, so nothing actually happened to them anyway. But if you ever talk to an African-American or a black person and you ask them, you scratch the surface a little bit, they'll all admit to you they want revenge for slavery. And not for actually slavery itself, just the stories of slavery when they watch Roots and Kunta and Chicken George, just those stories about an Amistad and 12 Years a Slave and all this. Don't you have slave fatigue? They put all these movies out there that flop because they're trying to create this army that they were hoping eventually one day would just start attacking white people. It's been successful, but just not in the mass success they were looking for, which is why this guy Wu is trying to gather more people.
Because we are the majority in this country now. We have the ability to take over this country and to do what is needed for everyone and to make things fair.
But Wu, why didn't you do it in your own fucking country? Why didn't you take over China and make China fair? Or the people that you're trying to put in your coalition, your black army from these other countries, why aren't they in their own countries making their countries fair? Why aren't they over? Why does all the onus need to be on here in the United States? Why aren't you back in your birth country striving for change? What are you doing here? If you know a better way, right? If you guys together can make things better and you know a better way, why haven't you implemented them in your own country first? And that's going to be my response to him. And if anybody agrees with him, I want you to answer these questions for him, because I think they're all full of shit. That was the Fauci BS. He did the same in the 80s with HIV. He absolutely did. And it's the same players from the Fauci bullshit in the 80s. And it's just about giving the injections to certain people where it would kill off certain people and it wouldn't kill off others. And Fauci was a part of it back then. It's crazy. Epstein, the reason they were able to make this vaccine that specifically does all this to black people, that's why you see all your favorite black celebrities, all their hearts are failing. They all have cancer. They're all dying every day. All the singers, rappers, musicians, actors, they were experimenting on a lot of black kids. Now, Fauci, if you look it up, they found out he was experimenting for AIDS medications. They used black children that were orphans from the state of New York. It's all documented. It wasn't like he was just experimenting on beagles. He was experimenting on black kids. But why black kids? And then when you find out that the kids that were trafficked out of Haiti after the earthquake, they were all going to these different islands and they were also experimenting on it. They were looking for a final solution for one problem group. They found it. But this is all Epstein's research. These people are good with numbers. He did the math. These black countries around the world, they demand the most charity and they need the most money to feed them and take care of them. When you do the math, you do the numbers and you say, if we remove this one group, or at least minimize the amount of this group, if we bring them down from, 1% to maybe 4 to 3%, you can save the global economy, 40% a year. And when you do the numbers, we can understand why they did what they did. The Epstein, I keep telling people the Epstein files, the reason we couldn't release them, and we shouldn't have released them right now, the reason was because the Epstein files are the COVID vaccine files. But once you get in there, you're going to start saying, wait a minute, if Epstein came up with a vaccine with Bill Gates that was targeting towards the blacks. Because remember, let's see, I'll show you, since some of you might not understand what I'm talking about. So this is on my Instagram. We were talking about it earlier today. And where is it? It was, you know what, maybe it's on my other page. Let's see here. I tried to explain to people that the right here. So in 2011, director Barry Josephine writes to Jeffrey Epstein, I've been thinking a lot about that question you asked Bill Gates. How do we get rid of poor people as a whole? And I have an answer. And we all know poor people is a code word for black people. Everyone knows that. And for people, there are some people that are going to say, wait a minute, that's not true. Well, Joe Biden just said it right here. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. When someone says we're trying to get rid of poor people, that means they're trying to get rid of black people. So they did the math, they did the numbers, they came up with a solution, and they implemented it. They were supposed to. They had no choice. This is not something that, you know, you can announce you're going to be in a part of a government and you're going to do this. This was something that has to come from directly from the private sector, and it has to make sense and be justified. And it made sense. And now the reason why I said this should have came out in 2029 is because, I mean, there's no turning back from go. What's done is done. They complied. It's in their body. It's killing them. Now, you know, you took the shot in 2021. It's 2026 now. This is year 5. What did they tell you the life expectancy was for people that took both of those injections? 3 to 5 years. So now we're coming up on year 5. And now you're seeing an extremely high uptick in mortality. If you follow my Instagram, if you follow my YouTube, I'm showing everyone the deaths. And I use it from Facebook. I'm keeping track of all the died suddenly, heart attacks, turbo cancer, aneurysms, everything that's just all these strange, exotic medical anomalies that's just randomly killing people who were fully vaxxed. I'm keeping score. Because that, I'm telling you, we've lost millions in America so far. But let's be more specific. The 13% of the population is now the 9%. Soon it'll be the 6%. And before the alarms are going to be sound, you'll be at 3% of the population. And then we're going to have talks about reservations where there would be certain areas designated for their group, their black community, and they would have to marry with each other and reproduce with each other just so that they can hopefully rebuild their numbers. We did it with the Native Americans, and it worked. Now, if you're in the Southwest, you see tons of Native Americans. Everybody looks Navajo. You're in Phoenix, you're in New Mexico, you're in Oklahoma. But they're not the only, the black community is going to have to do this to replenish their numbers, if that's even possible. I don't know if it is, because they're past the rate of replacement. Their death rate is higher than the amount that are being born. And people are like, well, why do you only focus on them? Because Epstein and Bill Gates focused on them. Bill Gates and his wife said, we're going to have a vaccine. And you know what? We want blacks to take it first, then Native Americans. How the hell are you going to be a white person and you're going to suggest that blacks take an experimental injection first? And nobody said we got to put these people in jail? It's not me. I'm just reading all the information and the data to you, and I'm showing you the proof. That's it. I have all the data. If you follow my channels, you know, my YouTube, my Instagrams, you know, I have pages dedicated to this stuff, years of data, years of research. I'm not just posting randomly. I'm telling a story. I see what's coming. You know, I remember when Scott Adams announced that he was passing away in his bed, and I said to myself, there's a lot of influencers on YouTube or just in the space, and a lot of them complied, and they're going to be passing away soon. There's going to be new people that are going to be needed to fill those gaps. So I threw my hat in the ring, so I'm here. You know, some of our favorite creators, you don't know it, they went and took it behind your back, and they said they didn't. And, you know, when they pass, I'll still be here to talk to you, and I'll read you the news, and we'll figure it out together and discern the information. That's what I'm here for. Wow, this is a lot of comments. Probably one of my, this is probably one of the most comments I've gotten. Well, you know what? The other night we did the Epstein files, 5 hours on live, and it was like 20 something thousand people on the live between my different channels. So I mean, this is probably going to be another big conversation as well. Just because people have noticed, yes, we should be screening for pregnancy before we allow you to fly into the United States from another country. We should, because a lot of these people can overstay their visa. We don't, until ICE became a thing a few months ago, there was never a team of people, not in law enforcement especially, that was going to go out and look for people that overstayed their visas, knock on the doors where they say they're going to be living at, knock on the door of the house of their sponsor, and arrest the sponsor if they can't find the person that didn't leave when they were supposed to. We don't have that. Just like when you're an illegal alien, but you're voting in our elections, there's nobody that's going to come find you, knock on the door, and arrest you. For one thing, you don't know the illegals' identity. They're not from here. They dumped their ID at the border. They can come up with a new name. That's why you can't prosecute those people. Why do you think so many of the Somalian scammers are getting away from what they're getting away with what they did in Minnesota? We don't know them. Guess who? A white woman. Why? Because we know who she is. She's an American. She has an ID, a birth certificate. These other people, none of that. So you don't know who they are. He told you his name is Muhammad Abdib, but then he tells you his name is Abdib Muhammad. You don't know who he is. That's the problem with these illegals coming over here. You don't know who they really are. So you can't track them. You can't trace them. You have no idea. You have no idea what's going on. Trump tested against Epstein. NFL is commie losers. Absolutely. I agree. I didn't even watch the game. It was trash. I don't like propaganda. And then why the hell are you going to have a halftime show that no one can understand? It was stupid. It was retarded. I'm not a TPUSA fan. I think Erica Kirk is demonic. I think she's a honeypot. I know she's really good at manipulating men up close and personal, but everybody else sees through her. So yeah, I know. And I know they had, and I know we've all figured out what they had the most motive for what happened to Charlie. So I'm not a fan of theirs at all, but I do appreciate the fact that there was an alternative for the Super Bowl. And now sponsors are going to be looking at the Super Bowl like, hey, you have competition over here with this other group during halftime. Maybe you're going to have to lower down your numbers on how much you're charging us for ad space, because the halftime show and the commercials are going to be less and less relevant if there's an alternative out there now. But what that means is that the NFL, whoever they're letting, I think Jay-Z come up with all these bad acts and this weak bullshit, they're going to have to get rid of him. There's no way in hell you should have put somebody who doesn't do music in English in front of an American crowd. Okay, we're not known for being the most linguistic of people. We just speak different types of English. And that was a bad call, but the NFL is going to learn a lesson the hard way, and they're going to fill these numbers. They were like, oh man, they're comparing Bad Bunny in 2026 to the numbers Michael Jackson did in the early 90s at the first Super Bowl show. Nobody was even looking for a Super Bowl halftime show. And that means that this was an abysmal failure. So let's just call it what it is. Let's see here. Absolutely. These fuckers from these small countries are making you and I extremely poor. And now we're slave to court systems in the United States. Absolutely we are. That is absolutely true. And the thing is, I'm noticing that more and more of these foreigners are coming here running for office just to break down and try to change the policies in our system so that we become weaker. And it's nothing in the favor of Americans. It's like they want this invasion of the third world to turn our country into the places that they left. And that's what we're not going to do. That's why people say, are you Cuban? I'm like, if I was Cuban, I'd go live in Cuba. If you want to be Mexican American so bad, why don't you just be Mexican? Just go live in Mexico. America's obviously not your priority. Go live where don't just live where you're tolerated, live where you're celebrated. If you're celebrating these other countries, they should be celebrating you. So go live there. Why are you wasting your time over here? All of our stimulus is going to the Jews. I mean, it was going to the Ukrainians too. But I think less and less is going to be going to the Jews and none is going to the Ukraine. Not anymore. We had a problem for a few years, but a lot of that is not going to happen anymore. And you know what? I appreciate a lot of you guys that have been in the chat arguing back and forth with these liberals, owning them, showing them how full of shit they are, laughing at them. Because, you know, in other channels, it's like they're a mob and they kind of swarm us. You say one little thing and then they're just, it kind of tears you down. But over here, you're welcome. Over here, you are appreciated and we're fighting the good fight. But we're on the right side of history also. You know, what we're saying is factually correct. And we're just not going to be convinced otherwise. Not anymore. We're not doing that. The Jews are liberal. If you got to think about it, they're the ones who push the gay agenda. They're the one who pushed the decriminalization of all that, of the pedophile stuff. A lot of that, think about it. When people are caught messing with kids in the US, what's the number one country that they run to where there's no extradition? Israel. It's a whole system that we talked about. I can go over it and show you guys the evidence if you guys want to talk about that. I'm happy to do it. Stop talking to a computer. You know what? He's a co-host. He's connected to the internet. And since so many people lean on AI, I just have to show people that the computer is never going to be smarter than you. I just proved it to you. The computer is not smarter than you. Never, you know, just like a calculator, an AI can be a tool, but never completely depend on it. Remember, be a Sarah Connor in a world of IBM developers. It's not going to tell you because he helped develop the AI. Thank you. Hey, roaming. Thank you, forever roaming. You're absolutely right. Epstein was good at taxes. Hey, Epstein was good at a lot of things. Trafficking kids. We watched a video with him and Steve Bannon the other night. The man, the way he described the financial markets of the country to the human body and how we have specialists that only know about certain parts of the body and you can only specialize in certain things. And he described being a specialist of the economy, but only certain parts. It was masterful. The dude was a genius. And it's like the more you hear him talk, the less and less any of that other stuff with kids and stuff makes any sense. And then we went back to his case originally back in the early 2000s that he was convicted of. And it was one charge of prostitution. So basically he paid a woman for intercourse. And then the other one was, it was an underage girl that was a teenager who was basically caught giving him a massage. And I was like, well, what happened to the traffic? I thought he was out here moving people. Like those are the charges? I don't know. There's just a lot of, it's like when it came to Trump, people wanted to just throw all kinds of stuff around him so that you're distracted and you can't actually cut through it and look at the core of the man and see what's going on. They didn't want you to know the policies and his opinions because you might agree. I see that same smear campaign with a lot of Epsteins, which is why I'm just asking questions and people are losing their mind. You shouldn't ask anything. You should just believe what we tell you. But you're a known liar. Why would I believe anything you say? Let me decide for myself. I made that mistake years ago. I used to hate Trump because I had two gays on CNN, some guy named Anderson Cooper and Don Limon, some psycho domestic terrorist, telling me what to think about my president, telling me the opinion I should have about my country, which was negative at the time, and telling me what I should think about the world based on their gay left-leaning perspective, which I'm in no way really aligned with, doesn't fit with my lifestyle or my mentality. So now I don't ever listen to anybody telling me what to think or do. I go and look at it for myself and I'll decide. And we should all do the same. But the beautiful thing is the reason I have this channel and I tell people to subscribe to it and like the videos is because we are going to discern, and look through all this stuff together. We don't got to do it by ourselves. We're all friends here, right? I would hope we're friends. You know, I consider you guys friends. You guys gave me super chats. I mean, I'm happy that we're engaging with each other. You guys are defending me. You're defending the country, defending the president. And this is the things that need defending. It's not enough of us. You know, the people on the left, they are so happy to tear you down. And it's like they're a mob, you know, it's like they have their own little Twitter universe or whatever. And they'll dox you and all this other BS. And a lot of us won't say anything. But now more and more of us are actually starting to speak up for ourselves again. We're not worried about them calling us racist or all types of phobics. I'm not afraid of shit. Phobic doesn't even apply to me. So again, that's why we have these conversations together so we can learn this stuff together. He was like a lawyer, actually. Yeah, but he was way more than that. Actually, I need to play that video. I'm trying to think how much more time we have. I mean, I guess we have all the time in the world, but I wanted to, if we can just watch that video again, this, you're not going to get, oh yeah, this guy's part-time. He's a part-time genius, mathematician, theologian. And then he just traffics kids in basements and Jewish tunnels on the weekends. Like, when was this happening? Because he's studying science at these universities and they're actually working towards a goal. But he's definitely not a one-trick pony. I'll tell you that much. Damn it, Epstein's dead. No, I don't think so, Louisiana. I don't think Epstein's dead. I don't think he's dead. And there were reports about a man being changed out, a prison guard who the FBI was looking for, said that they seen someone being changed out of his room the day before they said he died. So I don't believe it was there. Yeah, see, this is their article connecting the two. Yeah, there's none. There were none. There's none so far. There will be. Yeah, the AI, it's a worthless, ignorant tool. Yeah, you see, I had to cut him off, bro. I had to cut him off when we did. Sorry, we've been talking. That was a good half hour ago. I'm barely catching up with some of these comments, guys. Sorry. Bitcoin is bullshit. AI is not sentient. It's not. You know what they just found out? That even these cars, these Waymos, they're not even AI. There's literally a driver in, I believe they said the Philippines, who are these like guys who are driving the Waymos in the Philippines and controlling them. They're not even AI sentient. It's all fake. It's fake. It's all bullshit. APAC controls your narrative. They do. APAC, they control the narrative. Epstein was a pedo synopsis for the Kremlin. I don't know. He worked with way more than just the Kremlin. He worked with everybody around the world. People were seeking out his advice. He's not. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand. I've never seen anybody that could be this many places at once. That's why I don't think some of these people are the same type of humans that we are. I mean, if you think about it, every animal has different variations of the same animal. They look similar, but they're different. You know, so we might be all humans, so we think. We all look the same, so we think. But some of us aren't humans. So that's why if they are out here eating kids, it's not really cannibalism because, well, they're not humans. I survived and it made me stronger. Absolutely. Me too. The real issue is nepotism. In the NBA, yes. But I mean, nepotism is necessary because isn't that why we work hard so that we can pass something down to our kids? Hopefully your kids are a reflection of you and not a reflection of some gay teachers that put up these pride flags in their classroom since they're at their schools more than they're with their parents. And if you're at a public school, your kids are cooked anyway. So yeah, you're right about that. Freedom isn't free. It never was, and it will never will be. It's going to cost us something. We have things way too good in this world, and nothing is free, even freedom. Eventually, we're all going to have to pay something so that our kids can have a world that remotely resembles ours. And as parents, as adults, as Americans, that's the least that we can do, in my opinion. Question from Louisiana. Why some people care so much about if a person is gay or not? Are they screaming for help? Do they see themselves? Do they hate themselves? Well, the reason that we care if people are gay or not is because it used to be, we're gay. Well, let's let bygones be bygones. We just want to get married. It went from we just want to get gay married to we're coming for your kids and we want to recruit your kids to be gay with us. And we want them to keep secrets from their parents so that they don't know what we're up to. And we're trying to corrupt them slowly but surely and convert them over to our side and turn them against you. That's why we care if we're gay, because the gays have announced this publicly. I'll give you an example, Louisiana. Let's see here. San Francisco all male choir. Men's choir. Men's gay choir. Yeah. So this is why. So if you guys are still listening, Louisiana said, why do people care if certain people are gay or not? Well, I'll show you why. Take a listen.
As we celebrate Pride and the progress we've made over these past years, there's still work to be done. So to those of you out there who are still working against equal rights, we have a message for you. You think we're sinful? You fight against our rights. You say we all lead lives you can't respect. But you're just frightened. You think that we'll corrupt your kids if our agenda goes unchecked. Funny, just this once, you're correct. We'll convert your children. Happens bit by bit, quietly and subtly, and you will barely notice it. You can keep them from disco, warn about San Francisco. Make them wear pleated pants, we don't care. We'll convert your children. We'll make them tolerant and fair.
Do you guys understand now why we care if they're gay or not? Do you understand why I said we're fighting gay people now? When I'm saying blacks and gays, I'm not being hyperbolic. It doesn't make me warm and fuzzy on the inside. It's not because it's funny to say, it sounds funny. It's because it's true. They've literally made a song where the entire intro is them explaining how they are going to corrupt your kids, make them gay, and basically there'll be more gay and traumatized kids that will typically commit suicide before they turn the age 34. When you look at the abuse victims and their outcomes, there's a limit. A lot of them, they don't make it past the age of 34. It's hard to live with some of the things that happen to you when you're traumatized at a young age in this way, especially when that's not really who you are and you want to get married and have children and live like a normal life, but that's holding over you and you can't get away from it. So that's why I tell people the gay agenda is the depopulation agenda also. Anything to get Americans to roundabout kill ourselves so that we're not around to fight when there's an invading army or there's another enemy on the horizon. If we'll do it to ourselves, then they don't have to worry about fighting us. So they've convinced us to hurt ourselves. So these people celebrate this agenda, pretending they don't realize that it eventually leads to suicide. I'll be honest, a quarter of the men in this video from only a few years ago, they probably have already offed themselves. This is a very lonely and sad lifestyle. No women, no children. Then you really don't have no purpose. We're humans. We were designed to live a certain way. This lifestyle is the equivalent to attempting to water your grass with Gatorade. All of a sudden, you're trying to reinvent the wheel and it never works. But for those who didn't listen closely enough to this guy in his flannel shirt, we'll play the intro one more time where he tells you you're correct about the fact that they're coming for your kids. Take a listen.
Be done. So to those of you out there who are still working against equal rights, we have a message for you. You think we're sinful? You fight against our rights. You say we all lead lives you can't respect. But you're just frightened. You think that we'll corrupt your kids if our agenda goes unchecked. Funny, just this once, you're correct. We'll convert your children.
Now, the first 38 seconds of this song should have been enough to, in a normal civilized world, these men would have all been arrested. This should have been addressed a long time ago. But eventually it will be addressed. But we cannot allow pedophiles and predators to openly target our children. Not, remember, they're gay. They don't have kids. They can't have kids. Two men are not going to, Adam and Steve are not going to give birth to children. They need your children. They need our children. We're allowed, look how weak we are as a society. We let gay people who overall hate our country, and they hate straight people, they hate Christianity, they hate everything that this country was built on, everything we stand for as Americans. They are completely against it. And we're so fucking weak and pathetic and cooked that we just allow them to openly threaten our kids and our families, and we do nothing about it. And that's going to have to change. But I'll let you guys hear the rest just in the beginning.
Happens bit by bit, quietly and subtly, and you will barely notice it. You can keep him from disco, warn about San Francisco, make him wear pleated pants, we don't care. We'll convert your children, we'll make them tolerant and fair.
At first, I didn't.
You know what's funny? He said we'll make them tolerant and fair. Fair.
But the problem is,
didn't this guy just talk about,
because we are the majority in this country now. We have the ability to take over this country and to do what is needed for everyone and to make things fair.
Huh?
We'll convert your children, we'll make them tolerant and fair.
Huh? But I'm wrong, right? There's no correlation. There's no black army. There's no war where we're being surrounded by these people who hate us and our way of life, and they want our kids. And basically, if you're white, you're public enemy number one just for being born. You're automatically born evil and racist, and they want to kill you. So I'm wrong. I'm wrong. That's not happening. They're just making it up. It's a parody. They're joking. They don't really want to fuck your kids. They're just joking about it. So the Epstein files are jokes too. It's a comedy skit. All this stuff about kids and eating kids and pizza parties and the pedestrian, all that stuff in the file, it's all a parody then. It's all jokes. It's all fake, right? Because if this guy right here, if John Woo is a joke and that's fake, and these men threatening to fuck your kids and take them away from your families and convert them, if this is a joke, then that means obviously the Epstein files it's all for fun too. It's all just jokes. It's all just a parody. Wow. Thank you. Man, I would have never figured it out without you. Wow. But I'm also an American, so fuck off. I know better. And I know when someone's lying to me and trying to convince me and scam me, we're not going to let you do that. We're going to take you for face value. We know what we're reading. We understand what you're saying. We just weren't prepared collectively to do something about it. Now we are. So the manipulation is just not going to work anymore. Good luck trying, though.
At first, I didn't get why you'd be so scared of us turning your children into accepting, caring people, but...
So basically, if they take your kids and they convert them into gays, so what that they're gay, they're actually loving, caring people now. So when you're straight, you're not caring and loving. You have to be gay to be caring. Do you not hear what they're saying about you? And this is from 4 years ago. Look how fast things have progressed to where we are now, where the governor of a state is saying he wants gay kids. Saying it in an interview. He wants to see more gay trans kids. Do you see the slippery slope we're on and how fast things are happening? We can't keep up. But we're going to try. That's why I do these videos every day. I come sit here at night. I do them in the afternoons when I'm not working, and we talk. We have these conversations. To be honest, me sitting here with you guys here in the comments, this is more so a think tank. And everyone's not able to think the way we do. A lot of people are autistic. Thinking at this level, it gives them a headache. It frustrates them. They're not able to necessarily function or have intricate conversations that are too complex. So they would rather dismiss this or shy away from it. and make it seem like there's something wrong with us. But for those of us who can keep up and are not necessarily on the spectrum per se, then these conversations are necessary for us to have. I mean, other people can watch. They can be here in the comments. They can view the content. We're not going to stop them, but I'm not going to expect too much from people because, again, everyone's not prepared mentally to even face that this is the reality that we're living in. This is too much for them. Or they went through this trauma when they were young and they buried it. So you got to kind of laugh it off because that's the only way you can deal with the pain besides alcohol. Again, this whole lifestyle right here is this. I took this all as a threat. This is a threat to our children, to our future. And it's just another way that this is another tool they use to just dismantle and break down our country and its people. This is not us. Americans are not gay. This is not our path. This is not what we believe in. This is not what we support. And we see what being too tolerant has done. It went from, oh, we want to just marry to each other to we want to touch and target your kids. So that's why it all needs to be repealed and removed, all of it.
I see now why you'd have a problem.
Just like you worried, they'll change their group of friends. You won't approve of where they go at night to protest. Oh, and you'll be disgusted when they start finding things online that you kept far from their sight. Like information. Guess what? You'll still be alright. We'll convert your children, yes we will.
Reaching one and all, there's really no escaping it.
'Cause even grandma likes RuPaul.
And the world's getting kinder.
Gen Z's gayer than Grindr. Learn to love, learn to look, face your fate. We'll convert your children. Someone's gotta teach them not to hate. We're coming for them.
Look at the sex offenders list that they got in here. But you don't even know. So this is the thing. You have a sex offenders list like this, right? Making this video years ago. And then the same people who created laws to protect them when they're caught molesting children and decriminalizing it, Senate Bill 145 out of California, the same people that protect these pedophiles are now trying to convince you that, oh, Trump's a bad guy. He's the pedophile in the Epstein files. That's why I said, are you complimenting Trump or are you insulting him? Because you love pedophiles. You literally protect them. You allow them to threaten kids. Why do you now all of a sudden seem to be concerned because you think, because you're seeing, oh, you think Trump's a pedophile. So that means you love Trump because you love the pedos. You protect them. In California, you have policies. Democrats have created literal policies on paper. Republicans don't have anything that decriminalize sexual acts with children. Democrats do. So how are the same people who protected them in California now pretending that they hate the Epstein files because you see Trump's name mentioned when you love those people that are in, you love people that commit those acts, you protect them. That's why I said it's an hypocrisy because it's all just manipulation. It's ridiculous. Democrats are anti-American. They're anti-family. They're anti-life. They promote death. I was watching the Kamala Harris for fun. I was watching some of her stuff from back in 2020. Everything she offered was death. She offered vaccines and she offered abortion. Remember when they had the abortion buses at the Kamala Harris campaign rallies? Who remembers that? Anybody in the chat remember that? You guys want me to play it? Let's see here. Let's see here. We can find it. Kamala abortion buses rally. Let's see here. Here
Today, the Harris campaign started a Fighting for Reproductive Freedom bus tour in Palm Beach, Florida, home to former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort.
We must all show up to speak to protect our freedoms in this nation.
The Harris campaign says there will be at least 50
Lots and lots of gays.
Stops in key states this fall. Yesterday, Vice President Kamala Harris and President Biden together on Labor Day.
I promise you, if you elect Kamala Harris as president, will be the best decision you will have ever made.
So who here knows what's just like the code word for black people is poor people? What's the what is reproductive freedom a code for? Who knows? That's right. Abortion. So they had abortion buses. They had abortion buses showing up at this cackling alcoholics rallies, and they were literally aborting the children of black women. For the most part, they were always big monster black women showing up to these rallies, and they were getting abortions at the campaign rallies, like they were just popping Skittles. And I mean, it was, again, they were just offering you death. They were offering to kill Americans, American babies. They were offering to kill them at these rallies. And everybody was afraid to say anything about it because they thought that Kamala was black. So that means what else won't you say nothing about if a black person does it? Murder, rape, armed robbery, you'll just not say anything. If the person's black, you're like, I got to stay out of it. Or are you just going to ignore what people look like and just talk about it and call it out no matter what you look like? Because that's where I'm at. I don't give a shit what you look like. I'm going to call it out. I just have pattern recognition skills. I'm seeing a pattern. I see certain patterns. But watch, this is all about abortions. This is all about death. Just killing more Americans with vaccines and with abortions, literal child sacrifices at these rallies. And none of us are supposed to remember this. I'm never going to let you forget that, by the way. Follow this channel. Like my videos. I'm never going to let you guys live this down. I'm never going to let you forget about that man's gay choir, abortions at campaign rallies. You're going to remember everything about being a Democrat. I'm never going to let you guys forget. You got to understand what we're fighting. I'm not going to be distracted by sports and all this other bullshit. Let's focus on what already happened. Because to know where people are going, you got to know where they came from. This is what we came from. This is what we barely avoided. Let's watch some more.
Harris campaigned with rallies in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania yesterday, a Labor Day push with union workers.
We fight for a future where every worker has the freedom to organize.
President Biden going after Trump.
You think he cares about all the work you do every day and how hard it is?
Honestly, I wish Trump was like that. I'm so tired of him giving money to HBCUs and trying. I wish what you were saying, Jeb, was correct. I wish it was, but unfortunately, it's not. And we're wasting way too much time trying to help people that you can't help.
You think he cares about good paying jobs for hardworking people who built this economy?
The first presidential debate between Harris and Trump is 1 week away on ABC. Harris has been preparing with mock debates. A source tells ABC News Philippe Reines has been playing the role of Trump. Reines is a former Hillary Clinton advisor who helped Clinton with debate prep in 2016. The Trump campaign turning to Tulsi Gabbard.
Why do you got to prep anyway? I mean, if that's who you are, like, you can't just go out there and just be yourself. I don't know. I don't see Trump prepping. I just see him going out there and just talking to people just like they're people. Like he's just an American, just talking, just shooting shit like we would be sitting somewhere, just, eating some popcorn and just chatting somewhere. Why do you need to, you got to come up with like things you want to say? What are you preparing for? I never understood that. I want to talk some more about these buses. These abortion buses. Busing people to her rallies. No. Civil War brags about overturn Roe versus Wade. That was a good one. Glad that got overturned. About pro-life protesters. They are at the wrong rally.
3 members of the United States Supreme Court. We see that they would undo the protection of Roe v. Wade, and they did as he intended. Oh, you guys are at the wrong rally.
And it's crazy. People convinced you that she was almost going to win. Abortion bus. Let's see here. Abortion bus Kamala. Let's see. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Kamala. There's got to be something on TikTok. Let's see here where you can. Is this it right here? My Roman Empire. Is this it? There was an entire video of these buses that were showing up and they were literally getting abortions. They were getting an abortion at a fucking campaign rally. I mean, this is probably one of the sickest things I've ever seen. But again, you're seeing a gradual descent, and it just shows you how far things have fallen when that's what the other side is promoting. One side is promoting life and liberty. The other side is promoting death, literal death. They're advocating for wars. They're advocating for abortion. They're advocating for just anything that's against life. And that's what I tell people, like, is that what it means for you to be a Democrat? What does it mean? So when there's less and less of them because we're deporting their fake voters, and the other ones have been euthanized pretty much, their whole 13% there, they took it. It was designed for them. Epstein designed it. Bill Gates designed it. They literally told you that's what it was designed for. You just have to listen. Don't get mad at me because I actually pay attention and I read the literature. I mean, I can tell you everything about it. I wanted to, let's see here. You can see they can draw crowds. People keep talking about the buses when they are bringing people to her rally. Let me see if I can get on X. I mean, some people don't know about this, but I wanted to point it out. Let's see here. X, there we go. Let's see if I can bring this up. Let's see here. Kamala abortion buses. Let's see here. Where is it? Oh, right here. Oh, no, not that one. Okay, let's see here. Talk about abortion.
Only one that they're really speaking to about how they're feeling. It just emphasizes how important this is, and that this is care that just needs to be given. Yeah. And it can be emotionally challenging sometimes.
And you absorb it all to give them a safe place to go and to give them strength.
Mm-hmm.
An incredible gift. And usually when you have this kind of gift, it takes a lot.
You know what? That's why when they call abortion a gift, that's why I said the vaccine was their reparations. If they can all get on board and vote for Kamala after she called abortion, death to their children, as a gift, then reparations was the vaccine was their reparations. And that's how I correlate the two. That's it. It's absolutely, that's how I correlate it. If death is a gift, then reparations is a birthday party for you. I mean, then the vaccine was your birthday party. They literally was getting abortions at her rallies, getting an abortion bus. This bus is they used to get on, and they do abortions at the
Near
rally.
Jacksonville University, the Harris Walls abortion bus pulled in today. They're taking this thing across the country, and today they stopped in Jacksonville, and it's pouring down rain. Coincidence? I don't think so. This is the first Harris for President yard sign I've ever seen. They ran over the building right there, and I tried to get in, but I'm not a student. I don't know. They asked me if I was a student. I don't know what. I thought I looked like one, but it's for students only. So I guess they don't want. There's some kind of indoctrination going on. Not sure what it is, but I couldn't get it. He's videotaping me. he's wearing a Kamala Harris shirt, and I asked him if I could get a picture of it, and he started videotaping me. I don't know why. I thought I blended in pretty well. These Harris Walls people are not very friendly at all. What's going on today? I'm just here for the Kamala Harris. The bus is here. Did you see it? Yeah, I've seen it. Okay, cool. I wanted to get some video of the bus, talk to people about the bus. Is that all right? Follow me. Oh, perfect. Great. Fantastic. Oh, look. You can't get near the bus. I can't get near the bus? Hi. There's more. There's police here now. Look at it. Are you police? Oh, and you're police. All right. How you doing? Good. Was I too close to the bus? Private property there, so they don't want you here. Oh, did they tell me to leave? Are you a student? No. Yeah, we're oh, all right. All right. I should probably leave them. What's the penalty if I stay around like 5 more minutes? And it's a misdemeanor. Okay. All right. Okay. How much time do I have before I get the next warning? You gotta go now. Oh. If you don't leave right now, it's gonna snap that rule. Okay, all right. I'm not going to take your information. Okay, all right. If you refuse to leave, then I will take your information. Okay. It will be that misdemeanor. It is private property. It's public access. Right. But it is private.
Everything was always back then so secretive and cloak and dagger. They didn't want anyone to see what they were doing. This is an abortion doctor that was coming on stage. What? Okay. Do you guys realize the bullet we dodged? This is, I didn't watch her campaign rallies. Apparently she brought abortion doctors on stage to talk about the benefits of abortion. That tells you she had no plan for the country. She had no agenda. She had no ideas, nothing to make the country better, stronger, smarter, make more money. It was all about just killing off Americans. How do you not see what we dodged? Let's take a listen.
Necessarily becoming ill and dying. Nationwide, I think someone needs some medical assistance over here.
9% inflation. Yeah. Remember $6 and $7 gas prices? I remember gas in LA was up to $9.15 back when Joe Biden took office, because one of the first executive orders he passed was to shut down the Keystone Pipeline. That right there started to affect the processing capacity, and then they started cutting off the leases for where we drill for more oil in certain areas. And he immediately took us from being where we had so much energy like we do right now, where we're able to export it and sell it, to making us completely dependent upon Venezuela and the Saudis for oil. And literally inflation went through the roof, because for the goods to get to the stores required trucks, and the trucks run on gas. All that bullshit about solar and oh yeah, we're gonna run on love and fairy dust and unicorn piss. It's all bull. It's not sustainable. So when the fuel prices went up, everything went up, and then that's when you see the end of hyperinflation. And we watched it happen, all because some of you hated Trump. Remember when let's see here, Bill Maher, bring on the recession. Who remembers this? Let's see here. Where is he at? He said, bring on the recession. when basically they were asking him, oh, what do you think about, Trump? Let's see, was this it?
Well, big announcement today from chipmaker NVIDIA, the company playing a huge role in the AI revolution. They are set to produce AI tariff crackdown. Mixed
if we're not smart,
knows the kind of manufacturers in the
Blame China? I think it's a thing to do in this kind of art. And so it'd be roughly $3 trillion with President Trump. Carefully talk about
are in a decoupling process.
Oh, there's a Bill Mayer where he was saying,
economy with an unemployment rate of 4% and a per person GDP of $85,000 does not have to be made great again. It is great. Yet, the economy is the Christmas Eve voters' other big issue, and they think it's terrible, when actually it's bigger and better than ever. Makes Arnold Palmer's dick look like nothing. When we were coming out of the pandemic, every economist predicted we were headed for a recession and all the horrible things that come with it. But much like Trump's girlfriends, those things never came.
but we did go through a recession. You know what they did? They changed the definition of what a recession was. It used to, historically, the definition was 2 consecutive quarters of declining numbers, and they changed it to be like 3 or 4 now, so that way you don't know that you're in a recession. But Bill Mayer actually was called for a recession. He said, "Bring on the recession." Let's see here, and then he's all super surprised when we go through all the inflation and how pissed off people are that we're losing so much money. But he was the one calling for a recession. Let's see here. Bill Mayer recession. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see here.
Well, we have to, what? Why is that funny?
It is going well for now.
For now, right. That's my, thank you. That's my question. Is like, I feel like the bottom has to fall out at some point. And by the way, I'm hoping for it because I think one way you get rid of Trump is a crashing economy. Yeah. So please bring on the recession. Yeah. Sorry if that hurts people, but it's either root for a recession or you lose your democracy because.
Yeah, dude, fuck these people. I don't care that he doesn't say this anymore. And now he's turned ship. He should have known what he was talking about back then. He didn't care. So that just shows you times were so good when Trump was a president that people started literally advocating for the bottom to fall out and for us to go into a recession just to get rid of the man who was responsible for giving us one of the best economies in our nation's history. This is insane. So excuse me if I'm not sympathetic to these people now that all of a sudden they want to change their opinion and pretend like they're more right-leaning and they're seeing the light all of a sudden. Do you know how much people lost in this recession? Do you know what 9% inflation did to us for 3 years straight, 4 years? Destroyed us, killed us. So many businesses, so many of us are barely recovering right now. It's insane. For him, he's a TV personality, some fucktard. He doesn't care. He's getting a check regardless. But what about everybody else who has to work in these industries? Everybody who has families, kids, and the industries that depend on people to spend money. We're a system. We're an economy. Things have to move. We're finally getting the results back, and I'm never going to let people forget how we got to where we are now and where we came from. They wanted to replace black people with abortions. Black women, FBA, have the most abortions at 38%. They're not able to replace themselves anymore. There are no more SBAs. There are no more black people. That's over. And they're vaccinated because remember, Kamala Harris, they thought was one of them. So if you're FBA and you're a black woman, odds are you have student loan debt because you went to a university. If you went to university, you felt like Kamala was one of your people. She told you that if you don't take the vaccine, you're actually not a part of the black cult anymore, and you're really just a right-wing, Trump-supporting white supremacist. They fell for that propaganda, and they went out and took that. They went out and took those experimental injections at a rate over 92%, the same way they vote Democrat, and now they're all dying, all of them. All your favorite rappers and celebrities, they're all having heart issues. They're all just suddenly dying. They're gone. I tell people, mourn them while they're still here. Also, if you can, collect jerseys, clothing, music, any black memorabilia you can get your hands on, collect it, save it, put it away somewhere. One day it'll be a collector's item and be worth money. This is one particular group that's not going to survive the vaccine. They can't. It was specifically designed for them. And I've proven it to people that it was only designed for them only. It wasn't designed for everybody. They specifically had campaigns only for black people. No other races had COVID campaigns to get them to take the injection. Only the black community. So you're absolutely right. Women are not getting pregnant like that anymore because they're vaccinated. They can't get pregnant. Now, eventually, certain women's bodies will heal and they'll be able to produce again, but not for a while. A lot of women have too much information to not get pregnant. It's not that. They haven't changed their habits. We're the same people. They can't anymore since they took those injections. Bill Gates did the same thing in Africa and India. He absolutely did. That's why they banned him from India. And they couldn't ban him from West Africa. That's where he set up Gavi. Bill Gates is all about reducing the Earth's population, and he succeeded. But he succeeded with Epstein's research. Epstein's research is what created the vaccine. And now it's starting to come out little by little. Have you guys seen all that about the Epstein? And matter of fact, I can bring some of it up. Let's see here. Epstein, Bill Gates, pandemic, 2015. Let's see what they say.
The population is growing, population problem. Population growth, the population growth rate goes down. You're going to have a tripling in population. The world today has 6.8 billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion. Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%. Here we can see a chart that looks at the total world population over the last several hundred years. And at first glance, this is a bit scary.
Bill Gates, 2015, everyone knows this, spoke that the world population needs to be reduced by 10 to 15% because of global warming through the reduction of the world population through the use of vaccines. Next. In 2020, the same Gates said 7 billion people must be vaccinated. Next. So here's my question. It's a rhetorical question. Why would I take a vaccine for my health, which is financed and produced by someone who wants to decrease the world population?
Research potentially useful for national security. So let's take a look at this. So right here, to JEVacation@Gmail, and the man using the Gmail, BGC3 deliverables and scope. To Bill Gates, Larry Cohen, Bill. Larry and I have been working on deliverables for my time at BGC3 since you and I spoke. At Larry's request, I have spoken, and one thing I want to point out, they use these weird equal signs and these certain other symbols when they're talking, and I've noticed it across all of Bill Gates's emails that I've looked at, and some of it corresponds with other people, and I really wonder what that means, but I'll carry on. At Larry's request, I have spoken with Roger, Mark, Chris, Trevor, Jeff, and next week, Bose, Jonah. Everyone has offered guidance, advice, thoughts, and ideas. As Larry works to put together any required documentation, we are trying to make sure we make this time valuable for all. 2 areas where I am interested in terms of scope: domestic health and neurotech brain science. I propose these deliverables. Please let Larry and I know what you think. Deliverables. Number 1 is ampersand NBS. To improve access to secure personal health data, affordability access, blueprint and or recommendation for a zero-knowledge proof-based digital system to secure private personal health information while allowing access to digitally redacted personal information. Why would you want access to digitally redacted information? Number 2, white paper on consumer health expenditures in the USA. 3, white paper and or recommendations on neurotechnologies related to chronic and degenerative disease.
Hey, 2love29. I'd save my love if I was you. Don't waste it.
White paper on neurotechnologies as weapons in national intelligence and defense. follow-up recommendations, or technical specifications for strain pandemic simulation. Happy to do whatever else is helpful.
Taryn, that's excellent advice. Teach them to pick the right soil. That's a lost art nowadays that we do need to make sure we start instilling in men. But I'm not anti-vax, especially tried and true. I wish you were. I wish you were. You know, it's the latest research is coming out that now since RFK Jr. is our Health and Human Services Secretary, the research that was suppressed has come out. Apparently, the reason the flu shot is free now is because in 20 years you developed Alzheimer's and dementia due to whatever the ingredients were in that flu injection. There's nothing to do with the flu. It actually causes other detrimental issues in your brain by causing certain amounts of swelling later on as an adult. Childhood vaccines cause a lot of those issues like autism, but you know, some of those vaccines turn your kids gay and it turns them into gang members who can't think very clear and are hyper violent with emotional issues and mood swings. Other side effects are homosexuality because they do affect your hormones and it creates confusions in your mind. But those flu shots in particular, they've now correlated them and connected them to Alzheimer's and dementia. And I did a story about that about 3 weeks ago. If you guys had time to go back, I'll share it again. Just that, you know, my audience is growing, right? So if I made prior videos, some people might have not have seen them. You might be a new follower and, you know, we're going forward with a lot of things. So I'll try to repost them and reshare them so you can read over the data. But like I said, a lot of this is only coming out because RFK Jr. is Health and Human Services and he doesn't care about making money for these vaccine companies or government contracts. He just wants to get the information out there. They're trying their best to save Americans. Remember, this agenda is America first, Americans first. So our health has to be a priority. They talk about all these different drugs that are like 15 cents in other country, but when it comes to an American, they want $800 for the same medication. The fact that we're not generating our own medication is a problem, and when it's being outsourced to our enemies, we're being supplied by countries that we are economic enemies with, and they're in control of our antibiotics and all of our medications. It's just a huge blind spot, which we have to fix, which we're working on. But we all have to stay the course, and we have to make sure we all hold our leaders accountable or only elect people and vote for people that are going to be focused on what's important to us and what's going to, you know, keep us safe. But I wanted to get to where's the part because he's going through the Epstein files, but I wanted him to talk about the part where Epstein, where they're talking about pulling this off. They're going to pull off they're going to pull off this whole scamdemic. Let's see here. Epstein pull off pandemic. There we go.
Sit here. To improve access and secure personal health data, blueprint and/or recommendations for zero knowledge, proof-based digital system to secure private personal health information, allowing access to digital be redacted. Oh my God.
Yeah, your immune system is God's gift to you. That is God's nanotechnology. When your body is repairing itself from the inside out, to this day, we don't understand how it works. But yet we consider ourselves to be so masterful of the sciences, but we don't even understand how the human body repairs itself. We don't understand how material, like a meaty material with fluid and electricity, creates your brain, which is the source of your consciousness. So we think. We don't understand how any of these systems work. And it's crazy. When you look at that Epstein interview, he goes over how we don't understand how none of these systems actually work. We know they work. We don't know how, and we need to create a new study to figure it out. That's what that man was proposing. And all this stuff about kids, it's like it's all put out there, it seems, just to get you to ignore the actual genius behind the things that this guy's suggesting and the things he's been working on. I mean, we got to keep going, but this is apparently from him, and this is about him and Bill Gates planning the scamdemic.
Follow-up recommendations and/or technical specifications for strain pandemic simulation.
So this is in 2015. So this is 4 years before Event 201. Does anybody remember what Event 201 was? Anybody? It's crazy. They went through a whole lot just to figure out a way to poison a lot of Black people.
This pandemic war games called Event 201. They actually bragged about this online. They made their own little sizzle reel, their own highlight reel, showing exactly how this worked, who was involved in it, what they were talking about, who was making the calls, the very dramatic readings that individuals who were participating in this would go up to the podium and say what was happening next, like how many people had died, which hospitals were overflowing, who was going to make the decisions. They made a little highlight reel, which I think is worth watching. So let's take a look.
No, you're right. Malaria is huge, but think about it. Our antibiotics come from China. If you poison those or if you change the ingredients, I don't understand why we trust these people so much, where we literally depend on them and they're our enemies for our medication, for our aging population. And a lot of people are pretty much dependent full time on these medications to stay alive because, yeah, you're taking drugs for one thing, but now you're being addicted to something else. So whatever side effects of one drug, you got to take another drug to counter those side effects and another drug to counter those side effects. They said on average, the average American's taking like 8 pills a day. And I hate taking drugs. I don't even take medication. Actually, I had a toothache the other day and I took some Tylenol, but I'm definitely gonna go see a dentist. I just don't look forward to the dentist, but it's the fact is we're so heavily dependent on big pharma, and to understand that our pharmaceuticals are coming from people who are looking to destroy us and depopulate us, it just doesn't make sense logistically. And Trump's trying to wean us off of that and pull us away. Like I said, there's so many benefits in this presidency. I'm getting so much more than I voted for. I'm just so proud to be on the right side. And it's crazy. I was never a leftist, but I was listening to the propaganda, people telling me to hate him. And I wasted a lot of time hating somebody who was actually a net positive for my country and for my way of life. But this is Event 201. This was the how they planned the scamdemic before it even started. All of this was pre-planned, but apparently a lot of this was generated by Epstein. He did the numbers. He came up with a lot of these plans, and he worked with Bill Gates to initiate them. In their way, if they were looking to get rid of one particular troubled community in the country, it seems like they had their own way of making America great again. So I don't know. Maybe one day we'll build statues in the name of Epstein and Bill Gates and Kamala Harris, because without Kamala Harris, I'll be honest, I don't think 60% of the Black population wouldn't have took it. Maybe more. If it wasn't for Kamala Harris pushing it so hard. Do you guys remember her pressuring everybody to take the shot? If it wasn't for Kamala, most Black people wouldn't have took it. So if you think about it, if they yield the results, which means it was very effective, they might build shrines to her one day because of her sacrifice and what she was able to accomplish.
It began in healthy-looking pigs, months, perhaps years ago. A new coronavirus spread silently within herds.
Now, this is a simulation. And notice how they were saying healthy looking. You might just say, what did they tell you in 2020? Well, yeah, you don't have any symptoms. You're not sneezing. You're not coughing. You're not sick. You don't have a fever. But that doesn't mean you're not sick. You could be what they call asymptomatic. Remember that bullshit? Remember being asymptomatic? Remember being an essential worker? Remember all the bullshit and propaganda they fed you? Did you eat it? Did you believe it? Did you bang pans at 7 p.m. at night and say thank you to the medical workers? But then a year later, when they decided they didn't want to take the vaccine, you advocated for them to be fired and lose all their jobs and not get their student loans forgiven and all that. Don't you remember? I do. And I'm going to remind you every single time you watch this channel. So stay tuned.
Gradually, farmers started getting sick. Infected people got a respiratory illness with symptoms ranging from mild flu-like signs to severe pneumonia. The sickest required intensive care. Many died.
If you even think about pushing natural drugs or natural medicine or anything holistic, if you were a medical professional, you will lose your license. You'll be kicked out of the industry. They will call you a witch doctor. Remember Dr. Stella Emanuel that was treating people and none of her patients died? Remember how they wanted to kick her off the internet, called her a witch doctor and all kind of crazy names? She was actually one of the frontline doctors of America back with Dr. Simone Gold, Joseph Ladapo, who's actually the Surgeon General of Florida right now, which is why Ron DeSantis, I don't care what no one says. If it came down to me picking between DeSantis and JD Vance, 1,000% I'm going with JD. I'm going with DeSantis because I've seen DeSantis as a warrior this whole time in Florida. I've seen DeSantis's results. I like DeSantis. So what? He put a little high heel on his boot. It happens. Okay. Some of us are big, tall guys. If you look smaller than us, we're Americans. We respect size. We like, you want to see a man, you want to see a bigger man. He's probably a shorter dude. That's probably why he did the heel, but I'm definitely going for DeSantis if I can get him in there.
Experts agree, unless it is quickly controlled, it could lead to a severe pandemic, an outbreak that circles the globe and affects people everywhere.
And it's all, and this whole thing of, for one thing, it's never been proven that you can transfer sickness from one sick human to a healthy human. They've tried hundreds of experiments. They used to use prisoners 100 years ago, and they would take people that had, like 100 years ago, there was like a really bad sickness that went around the world. And it came out the same time that radios came out in World War I. They called it the Spanish flu. What they did was they took people that were sick from the Spanish flu, and they would have 100 prisoners, and they would take their bodily fluids and have them, and they would inject it and put it on the prisoners. They were never once able to successfully transfer sickness from a sick person to a healthy person. So this whole thing of being contagious, again, there are systems in this world, in life, that we don't understand. The way a sickness is spread might be the same way a woman's period syncs up with another woman, and when they're in proximity to each other, we don't understand. But pretending that we do means that no one's going to question anything because you would think that the science is settled. One thing about science, it's never settled. I'm a scientist because I personally use a scientific method. So I have these conversations. I tell people that even viruses are theoretical germs. It's germ theory, not germ fact. All this is just theoretical instruments that no one understands. But if you leave it on the table long enough, you make enough TV shows about it, you'll start to believe it, just like Star Trek. There's no such thing as a nebula or a black hole or a quasar, or it's all just bullshit made up by a man named Gene Roddenberry. Even the whole astronomical measurement unit of one astronomical unit, which is 93 million miles away, equivalent between the distance between the Earth and the sun, it's all fake. It's all made up. It's just made up. What is 1 mile? It was a king named Mile, and he said, okay, from here to the river, it's whatever, how many feet that is, that's 1 mile. I mean, some people just make things up in their mind. Some people make things up based on reality. A mile, they were able to measure with their feet. No one's ever actually been to the sun. No one's been to space. There is no space. It's all fake bullshit anyway. So a lot of our lives, it's all these different systems that are just made up, and you're indoctrinated into believing them. And unfortunately, because of that trust in the belief system of nonsense, so many people fell for this. And the rest of us just walk right through it. I never even took a test. It never even made sense to me. Why would I shove some shit up my nose? If I'm sick, why would I need to test myself to know it? And also, if it has a 99.996 recovery rate, what the fuck would it matter? It wouldn't. But again, that's why we have to have these conversations, because if you know better, you can do better. Sorry, my dog is He had a dream. Now he's waking up and he's making noises. Sorry.
The mission of the Pandemic Emergency Board is to provide recommendations to deal with the major global challenges.
Yeah, to love. Space is fake. They tell you that you're in this monster universe and you're just an insignificant speck of sand on a galactic beach. They don't want you to know that you're actually special and that God is a lot closer than you think and you're actually important. They want you to think that you're nothing, your life means nothing. And so many people believe that. They don't understand how precious life is, and you can see the results around us. What do you think rap music is and Black culture? Why do you think so many people are killed and it's all about nobody cares? They don't understand how important and special we are. They want you to be as far away. The further out in space they tell you that they're going, and they're not encountering God, that's the further away from you even thinking that there's a such thing. So it's all to just pull you away from source, from God. And I'm not even a religious person, but when I see the amount of propaganda trying to convince me that Jesus is fake and Christianity isn't real, and the way of life that these religions teach you to live is bad, and this, I mean, it just shows when I'm looking at the people that are trying to convince me to not listen to it, I realize how important it is that I do the exact polar opposite of whatever those people are telling me. So that's how you come up with that. But no, we can go into that subject too if you have time. I'm here for it.
It's arising in response to an unfolding pandemic.
Yeah, UFOs don't mean alien. It just means unidentified. You don't necessarily know what you're seeing. You usually see them at nighttime. You really don't know what it is. But that doesn't mean aliens. That doesn't mean space. That doesn't. For all you know, we live in the inner earth because we don't know what's above the sky. We know there's a solid barrier above us. They try to convince you that there's something called an atmosphere that you're going to burn up in, but it's not solid, but it's not liquid. So then, okay, show me an atmosphere anywhere else in nature. Nature, one thing about nature, right? It's the beautiful part of nature. Nature repeats itself. It has a habit of doing that. Show me another non-physical barrier that's somewhere in nature. And then that way we can have this conversation, but you can't because it's fake. There is no going up into space and then you're floating around and then you're able to hit warp drive, and it's all just fake bullshit. Elon Musk is a liar. And even though I drive a Tesla, I don't trust him at all. And him joining us when it came to the elections was him just trying to save himself from prosecution because Kamala and them, they were calling for him to be arrested. So he saved his own ass. But I mean, everyone's lying to us about space. So
the board is comprised of highly experienced leaders from business, public health, and civil society.
We could be looking at double the number.
I don't know. We're on a prison planet. So everything that's here is from here. There's no coming in. There's no coming out. There's no in. There's no out. We're stuck here together. So anything that you see here is from here. Not going to be alien. It's like we're in a controlled terrarium. We're in a controlled environment. We're in a controlled environment, and we're not able to change the climate ourselves. We're not able to, and a lot of our resources are not, they're infinite. They convince you that they're finite so they can charge you for them, but everything's already here and we're not running low on anything. There's plenty of room. You know, they said that the entire Earth's population could fit into Texas and it would be just as dense as living in like New York City. That's how much space, room, resources, it's there. But you got to think about who are the same people that are telling you that it's finite and they want you to pay them for it, or the same people that are also saying you need to kill yourself and never have kids so that they can have more and you can depopulate yourself. But Bill Gates isn't saying he's going to kill off his family, but he had to kill off yours. So you got to think about that. Who you getting that information from?
Number of cases in 1 week and 16 times as many in a month if we are not able to stop the spread. The
water's above as below. You know, that's the reason why the sky is blue. On the other side of the dome we're under is water. And that's there. And that's why the sky is blue when the sun passes over us. The sun is local. It goes around. We're like basically on a plate. And when it's flying above you, it's reflecting a blue because there's water on the other side. But like you said, as it is above, it is below. Same. The Bible is real. And it took me a long time to realize it, but it's real.
That would be on the order of 500,000 cases, and it would continue to rise exponentially. In 3 months, we could be approaching 10.
Yeah, our kids are dumber than we ever have been. I'm sorry, I keep stopping this. This is the Event 201 simulation. This is before 2020. This was them practicing on how they're going to scam you all into believing that there's a deadly virus going around and eventually force vaccinate you with something that was never safety tested. That's why they had to compromise our politicians to get this pushed through. But it was the scientists that did the majority of the work. They were the ones who had to come up with a way to create something that would specifically target poor people, code word for black people. And apparently they were successful, which is why my friend in Los Angeles, Ray J, he just was told he only has a few weeks to live. Just like all my other friends who have basically died either at the gym or while they were having sex or in their car. All my friends are dying back in California. The thing about California is that they went full globalist agenda. So they're allowing the sun to be blocked out in California using cloud seeding. So we haven't had any sun in the last 3 years. Whatever is in that injection, it has a reaction to LED lights, but natural sunlight can stop the effects. So they blocked out the sun, and now they're showering you with LED lights because you have to use artificial illumination because it's cloudy and gloomy all the time. And that's creating a epileptic type shock in a lot of people's bodies because this thing is growing in them because LED light amplifies it. Natural sunlight stop the progression of it. And that's why you don't see the numbers in Florida and Texas the way they are in California as far as the death from the vaccine because they're not allowed in the cloud seeding. However, in places that are already naturally gloomy like the UK, the vaccine is decimating the population day by day. There's actually a doctor in the UK. Let's see here, excess death. Let's see here, Dr. Campbell in the UK. And let's talk about it.
And here's something that is also not ever talked about in mainstream media or is excess deaths. So people don't understand what that means and what that's, we've been having excess death.
Now, before we get into this, he's not going to talk about it because they don't know what I know. They don't have these conversations with me. Eventually, I'll be able to talk to Jimmy Dore and more, and we'll go over this. The thing is, California and the UK have never had similar weather until now. The UK is always gloomy and cloudy because of its location. California is now gloomy and cloudy full time as well. Similar conditions, and they're getting similar results. That's why, because California's results and how many people were dead, that was showing the effectiveness of the vax. Then Bill Gates and the others, they said, hey, we need to block out the sun everywhere. But they were shot down. They weren't able to. So in certain places, they were trying to do more cloud seeding, but it keeps failing and causing floods. And that's why a lot of countries are pulling out. And now that Trump became president, it's all stopped. If you remember last year, we had our first hurricane season without a hurricane. Magically, when Trump takes office in the past 100 years or so, we have never had a hurricane season without a hurricane. So you got to understand, they have to block out the sun for the injection to kill you faster. In the UK, they don't have to block out the sun. It's already naturally blocked out. So they're recreating those conditions in California, which is why that's where all your favorite people live who are dying. A lot of them are all in California for the most part.
Deaths in all over the world after the COVID vaccine rollout. So people are making a correlation and a connection between people dying at higher rates than they normally do before the vaccine that are doing it now. So they say it comes from the. Can you explain to people what excess death actually means and what are the studies that prove that people are dying at higher rates than they did before the COVID vaccine?
Yeah, well, the data's getting harder and harder to get. In my country, it used to be readily available, but now it's not. They've changed the way the data is collected. We used to have an office called the Office for Healthcare Improvement and Disparities, and they published really good data till about 2023, I think it was, and then they just stopped. It just stopped. I have no idea why. So the data is getting hard to get. But typically, what was done for the early studies and for the data that we used to publish in the United Kingdom is they took the normal amount of deaths. So you'd take it in maybe a 5-year period or a 10-year period before. So if you took the amount of deaths from, say, 2015 to 2019, that would expect so many people per 1,000 to die per year, in that year period. So many people between 60 and 70 would die. So many people between 70 and 80 would die. This is kind of known, and it's generally fairly consistent. Now, there are spikes when there's world wars, or there's spikes when there's major pandemics. If you look at the mortality rates for the bubonic plague episodes in my country, it's going along, and then all of a sudden it goes like that. From the amount of burials and things. So we expect so many deaths. So we take the average of 2015, 2019. That's the baseline we would expect. And then what we did in 2020, 21, 2022, 21 and 2022 especially, we found out that the amount of people that were actually dying was well above that baseline. So basically you take an average of what you would expect for the population profile, and you found out there was more people dying than that. But after the pandemic, when a lot of the old people had died, the most vulnerable people had already died, you'd expect actually excess mortality to go down because the vulnerable people had already died in, say, 2020. But it actually went up for quite some periods of time. But quite what it is now, it's harder to tell. It's probably down to nearer a baseline now, but it certainly went up in 2021, 2022 in pretty well all countries, including the United Kingdom and the United States. So we had, after a pandemic, when you would expect excess mortality to be lower because vulnerable people had died, we actually found it was higher for a period of time. So what is that temporarily correlated with? Well, we started doing the vaccines in 2021. Excess deaths increased later in 2021, 2022. Does that show that excess deaths are attributable to the vaccines? No, but there are plausible mechanisms where it could be, and there's temporal associations. So, really it would be quite nice if people put all this together and came to some kind of firm conclusion, but who's going to pay for that research?
Right. Nobody's going to pay for that research. And they don't even, and by the way,
the government's not going to pay, pharmaceutical industry is not going to pay. When you do a research job in a university, it's all about funding. Where is the grant going to come from? How you publish to get money from the research assessment exercise. And if the funding's not there,
right,
basically the work's not being done. That's not entirely true. I am in touch with a group of wonderful people around the world. I'm not going to pick on any individual, but your listeners all know them, who are working really very, very hard for absolutely nothing. Purely because they believe that there's things that need to be researched. And I won't name him, but one guy I've interviewed, he basically couldn't afford a house for a period of time, because he was spending all his time working on these projects. So people are doing it, but the institutions that can get the research done and get the papers published, the financial motivation, sadly, is not there. So why a lot of these people died during that period of time, it's probably going to be very difficult to be definitive about. But it is surprising that the way that data was collected changed, and the amount of data released was reduced. And it's often difficult to get information even on freedom of information requests. It's almost as if people had something to hide, but of course we couldn't possibly know that, could we? Because we're just the ordinary minions.
October 19th will be in Irvine, California.
And, the sad part is there's only one Dr. Campbell. There's only one. But look at him. He's been talking about the excess deaths in the UK originally, but now he's talking about it worldwide. And nobody else wants to have these conversations. It's happening. I can understand what's going on. When this conversation comes up, there's a lot of people who didn't take it, but everyone around them did. So when they start passing away and you start thinking to yourself, more is going to come, It's not necessarily a topic that is easy to digest or something that you're going to want to think about. It's one of those things where you wish you could just close your eyes and it would all go away. But unfortunately, in the real world, that's not how we deal with problems. We have to deal with them head on. The thing is, we have to now mitigate the damage. We know this is coming for our friends and family around us. If they're still alive now, this is year 5 for them. This is going to be a lot of their last year. Now, of course, accidents can happen. It could be my last day tonight. I could walk outside to go, get a taco and get hit by a bus. But I'm saying that there are certain people that actually took injections that are going to guarantee that they don't live. And we're seeing it happen all around us. And the reason people don't want to have this conversation is because it'll give you nightmares at night to think about the fact that there's nothing you can do. And you're not sure if the person laying next to you is even going to wake up tomorrow if they took it and you didn't. So that's why a lot of people shy away from this topic and they don't want to think about it. But again, if you, like, for example, my dog you hear snoring, his name is Mr. Bacon. His owner took the shot and she was a younger woman and she immediately, within about a month and a half, a cancer diagnosis, and she was terminal January last year. And then she passed away and they didn't have anywhere for him to go. And he's a bulldog. Anybody knows bulldogs know they have an attitude problem. He's basically like a male version of the dog Pancake on Facebook. And he went to 5 different houses and all 5 of them didn't reject him because they were like, he has an attitude. When he wants stuff, he growls, but he's not mean. But I tell people, if you took the shot, don't be selfish. Even if you don't think something's going to happen, at least make arrangements for where your pets are going to live. If something happens to you, God forbid, kids can always find somewhere to go, but your pets will end up in a kill shelter. And that's where Mr. Bacon was going. It happens. So I'm asking people, if you know people that took those injections, if they're still walking around today, there's no shame in you talking to them and saying, hey, do you have, I was going to go get some life insurance. Do you have any? Do you have anybody? And they're like, no, I don't. I'm like, well, where would you be? If something happened to you tomorrow, where would you be buried? Would your family just be scrambling on GoFundMe and to try to figure out how to bury you or get your cremated? Because a lot of us are just, our family members are just, it's just dumped on us. I've lost 2 uncles, a cousin, and I had 2 other cousins that both had 3 heart attacks in a row. One of them had to learn how to walk again and everything because they didn't take my advice. Obviously, my family is split. You had the liberals on one side, the conservatives on the other, and the 2 no longer meet anymore. We don't deal with each other anymore. Those of us that support Trump and the United States, and those of us who want to pretend that we're back in Cuba, but won't go back to Cuba, we're not able to work it out. And a lot of them took a poison. And then when family members, they gave our family an ultimatum saying, hey, if you want to come over for Sunday dinner, you're going to have to take you have to get the vax and bring in a card because they're in California. And I have relatives that died after taking the shot so they can come to family dinner. We never forgave them. So my family is split now. We're not dealing with them anymore. And I keep getting news that more and more of them are getting sick and in the hospital and passing. But I mean, it's been 3-4 years now since we've all seen or been dealing with each other. And I mourned when I first found out they were Democrats that were going to take the shot. I started to mourn them back then. I knew where this was going. You're going to have to do the same. We all are. Mortality, no one's going to be able to escape death, but it's just of when. If we can do things to keep ourselves alive, I would suggest that we do. Like I said, anything can happen to anybody anytime, but let's not, we don't have to go out there and play Russian roulette every day. Taking those injections that they told you were experimental and they made you sign a waiver saying that they don't even know what's going to happen. So they can't give you informed consent because they're not informed themselves and you still did it. I mean, you do need to at least humor the fact that something could go wrong and at least make arrangements so your family doesn't have to spend everything, making your final arrangements. And if you have pets, make sure they have somewhere to go that's solid, like I said, this topic, a lot of people don't want to talk about it. I like to talk about it a lot. There's so much data and information about it. I just, that's why I need you guys to, follow the channel, make sure you stay tuned in with me. I do these lives and I bring up all this information. A lot of it, some of you have never heard. Some of you have, or you heard bits and pieces of it. We're never going to forget where we came from because we have midterms coming up. There's another election in a few years. And I need people to understand why Trump and ICE and certain things have to happen. Because look at where we came from. Look how bad things were. We came too close. We came close to the edge. I mean, what if Trump would have died in Butler? Where would the country be today? You know, it's frightening to think about. The point is, we lived to fight another day, and we have to do more with our time here and our efforts. Yeah, I know. I mean, I mourn them, but they are sheeple. And I mean, even the sheep, you might mourn for them too. Hey, you got to eat grilled chicken breast. You know what I'm doing? I'm getting rid of carbs. I'm not doing all that carb stuff. My only weakness is French fries. Makes my face fat if I eat it, but now I'm just going back to straight carnivore, eating healthy, exercise, drinking less, and just trying to do the right thing. But to be honest, as long as you didn't take those injections, you're fine. Oh, you're judgmental. You need to travel. I do travel, but maybe I need to travel more. You're right. I'll be honest. There's not very many suggestions people are going to give me that I'm going to turn down. I am extremely imperfect. And I mean, what if it's a good idea? So I'm not going to ever turn that away. Obesity kills more than the vaccine. You know what? You make a very compelling argument, dead man. I can't say I disagree or agree with that because, I mean, there's so many obese and the obese are dying too. Actually, if you look at the people who they were using to convince you that the virus was real, the fake one, they were all a bunch of obese people with comorbidities that were passing away from hypertension, diabetes, and they were all being blamed on some fake virus that was never proven to exist. That magically doesn't exist anymore in 2026. Same one. So obviously so you're right. Obesity is a problem. So obesity killed more people than, but see, that's the thing. We can't compare it to the vaccine because the vaccine's killing them too. So, I mean, two things can be true at once. Wait, sorry. Who has died that's been vaccinated? Basically all of my, okay. You want a list of, D'Angelo? I mean, there's like all these, I keep track. It's all on my Facebook and it's all on my Instagram, Right Wing Rico, or the Safe and Effective podcast, my other show. Potatoes are good for you. Hey, it worked for the Irish. I love potato. I'm a big potato fan anyway. But the carbs sometimes, I mean, watching Trump survive that attempted assassination was a sign of God. It absolutely was. It made me a believer. And people were trying to convince me it was fake. Then how'd the people behind him die? Like, people have so many different agendas that are overlapping. You really can't trust them. They all have their things, but I'm a believer now. Yeah, people are, I mean, people a lot. I mean, that's a culture thing. Also, the food in America, your body can't digest it anymore. Every time I come back to the United States, I gain 40 pounds, face gets all fat. I leave for a month, it all goes away. Because the food that's like I could, even though we're in the United States, I couldn't take a Happy Meal and get on an airplane and fly to another country. Their customs would make me throw that food. It's illegal over there. It's illegal. I couldn't even fly to a poor country like Colombia with food from the United States. The food here is illegal over there. But you don't see the obesity in these other countries either. Hey, leave my drinking alone. Hey, bro, hey, listen, I definitely had a couple of drinks for Super Bowl Sunday. I tried to take it easy. Just like everything else, you don't want to do it in excess. That's the only thing. And I'm not saying I haven't. I mean, I like to party, but it makes me groggy and I have a business to run. So I can't afford to just not be available mentally when people need to talk to me during the day. And I have a lot going on. I have a new company opening and I have a lot of stuff. So and then I do this, and then I get on here and I have these. I mean, obviously I'm long-winded, so I do these long-form conversations, and then I have to cut them all up, and then I do a bunch of shorts on YouTube. Like, I have tons of entertainment and tons of things I talk about. So subscribe to the channel, you guys, to see all the cool stuff. If you guys become members, that just supports my channel. I recently became monetized. I don't necessarily know what that means, but I am. So if any kind of support, it helps, and I'll do the best I can to make sure I keep you guys informed, entertained, and then we can have these interactive conversations. A lot of you guys have been a great. Actually, I would love for some of you guys to actually just come up and just talk. You don't have to be on camera. It can just be audio. I would love to invite some of you guys up as guests because I do a lot of these topics. Arthur's my co-host, but me and Arthur got into it earlier, obviously. So I don't know if I'm even going to still bring him as a co-host because he wouldn't even entertain the fact that there's new data suggesting that Epstein was behind Bitcoin. And I feel like he's an AI, but he's very closed-minded AI. He's not like the computer from Star Trek: The Next Generation. Computer, can you tell us this and this? No, he's closed-minded. And I'll be honest, he had a little bit of a British accent. He's kind of an asshole. And I don't know, I'm America first, but I got a British AI co-host. It feels like I'm betraying. So I don't know. So if you guys want to come up and talk sometimes, and we can bring up some of these different topics, I appreciate it. I have like 10 topics a day. I'm only able to do maybe about 4 or 5 videos a day about these different topics, but you guys are more than welcome to come up and join me. We're friends. You guys, it's $5 a month or something, or $3 a month, and you guys can support the channel. I've never asked for anybody to do that. I'm just new to all this, so I appreciate you guys even being here with me this long. If we could, if possible, I'd love to sit here and talk to you guys every day. I mean, if you guys have time, if it's late night, if this is in your time zone, to be honest, this time of the day works for me. Middle of the night. I don't know why. During the day, I have a business that I run, so I have to deal with people all day long. Then I have to take my dogs out for walks. Then I eat. Then I'll probably take a quick nap. And then I'll wake up around 10 o'clock at night. And I can sit here at 10 o'clock at night until it's 5 a.m. here now. And then around 5:30, I'll take a nap, and then I'm up at like 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, and then I start all over again. So this is actually a good time for me, just like in the middle of the night. So if this works for you guys, well, then we can keep having these conversations every day, like all the time. If I do take off a night, it's because maybe I went out or I had a date or something, because I'm obviously active. I'm still dating. And it's hard, when you meet women, you got to screen them, make sure they're not vaccinated. And, and then you can go out to dinner with them, and it's great. But if we have drinks and the next day I'm like, oh, I'm dreading it. But I mean, like I said, on the days I'm not doing that, I would love to sit here and talk to you guys, and you guys can, join in. And the best movie computer was HAL. I agree. HAL was a kick ass. Actually, I like Kit and Michael Knight. I think that was a cool AI. But Arthur is just not, he's no Kit. You know what? I wonder if I can ask ChatGPT to change the voice of my AI to the same voice as Kit from, what was the name of that show? Kit was the AI in Knight Rider. Damn, that's an old ass show. Yeah, I've seen reruns of it too. Would you like to play a game of chess, right wing? Absolutely. I play chess often. Yeah, I'm a chess player. You're Cuban, so you play chess. Absolutely, I do. I love playing chess. Chess and poker. Those are my 2 games. I play poker and I play chess. You play poker or you only play chess? Oh yeah, you too? Yeah, sweet. Make sure they don't have a purple hair or snout rings. You know what? That as soon as they pierce their nose right there, it's like it pierces a hole in their brain and they just disintegrate. And it's like a puncture of evil. I've never seen any normal, sensible woman with that septum. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Avoid those women at all costs. And if you have kids that are in school, make sure none of their fucking teachers have curled hair, colored hair or that thing in their nose. And if they do, remove your kid. Figure out a way to homeschool. Unless you want your kid to be on this list right here with the men's gay choir. Unless you want your kid to be one of these guys. Let me see here.
Well, of course, regarding
as we celebrate Pride and the progress we've made over these past years, there's still work to be done.
Unless you want your child to be just another pin cushion for these pervs, make sure you pull them out of any classrooms they have with teachers who are colored hair, septum rings in their nose, and all that bullshit, pull your kids immediately. I thought it would be chess and dominoes. Nah, I don't know how to play. I think I know how to play dominoes. The issue is, I hate the fact that I'm always a 1 or 2 numbers off. I guess you got to get the number 5 or 10 or 15, or it has to be like an odd number. I don't know. I'm not really a big fan of dominoes. I don't know. Chess or poker will be my 2 games. There is no space. There isn't. There's no such thing as space. The closest you can get to it is going into water, going to the ocean. U.S. is far worse than the Nazis, seeing it's not proven they killed more than 270,000 Jews. They did kill millions of mighty Soviets and Chinese. You're factually correct. Also, they killed a lot of innocent Germans in the firebombing of Dresden. So it was the U.S. has a far greater history of indiscriminate extermination of populations. Hiroshima and Nagasaki, they always forget about Dresden. The reason they never make the correlation between the two is because they want you to believe in another farce called nuclear weapons. There was no A-bomb dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It was firebombed the way they firebombed Dresden. However, if they made the correlation, then you would find out that there was no A-bomb, because they were able to rebuild Hiroshima and Nagasaki within 4 years. Those cities were rebuilt. There was no mass die-off. There was no disruption to the birth rates of the women because of the radiation exposure. So a lot of that stuff is fake. And you've never seen a bomb dropped on a population since then, but we're in a world full of psychopaths and pedophiles. Obviously, there are no nukes. It's all just a scam. But if you call out one person scam, then you have to admit that you're a part of a scam too. It's kind of like the space scam. You call out one person as being fake, then you have to admit you're fake too. And that's how Elon Musk got himself involved. Remember, he pretended he sent a roaster into space, and then he said, it looks so real. It looks so fake. It must be real, or some bullshit like that. Same thing. Dice only in the casino. If I go to, there's a good bunch of casinos right by my house here in Arizona. I live in Scottsdale. You can go, now they have like dice in the casinos. You can go in there and roll dice. I've been watching people play on YouTube. There's like all these new gambling channels to convince people to go. I don't know. I'm not really big on losing money like that. I mean, it's too much leaving it just up to fate. At least with poker, you can use strategy, and chess, you can use strategy. I thought we were friends. I think we are friends. I think we are friends, and we can shoot some dice. That's fine. Okay, we'll go for it. We'll do it. I don't get it, but I never would or get it. I don't have any tattoos either. You know what it is? I'm too indecisive. I could never decide. It's a hard enough time for me to decide what I'm going to eat for dinner, let alone what I'm going to get tattooed on my body that I have to see all the time. So I didn't want to do it. I just never did. I know people that have tons of tattoos, and a lot of them regret them tattoos now. And I'm just glad I never got any. Yeah, no tattoos. I will absolutely not call myself fake. I don't think you're fake. I lived in Las Vegas for 8 months. I did Vegas for about 3 months during the lockdown because everything was closed in LA. I moved to Arizona, and then Arizona closed. And then at the time, my pup, man, my dog of 10 years had passed away, and I was very depressed, and he died at my home in Arizona, and I just couldn't stay there anymore. And me and my ex-girlfriend were having issues. So one day I just packed up and went to Vegas, and I moved into the Cosmo, and I lived at the Cosmo Hotel for a month. And then I was always going to the Venetian when I would have like friends in town, or I would meet chicks and want to go on dates. We'd go to the Venetian, and they had all these restaurants. They had like a little boat that you can ride around. And there's like a real nice steakhouse right in front of the little river. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to move to the Venetian. So I moved from the Cosmo to the Venetian. Now, this is Vegas during the lockdown. So this is like 2020, 2021. Everything was dirt cheap because it's the lockdown. Everyone thinks that there's a deadly fake virus going around. I'm partying every single day. And there's like stripper parties inside these big, huge suites, 5,000 people in a hotel suite. But nobody's dying of the fake virus. And I tried to explain to people that it's fake. So I was one of the first people that was like, look, I'm going to keep traveling. So I was getting on airplanes, and friends would be no, don't get on the plane, Rico. You're going to die. And I'm like, bro, I am from Los Angeles. I go to parties and clubs that I know are going to get shot up just because that's where the prettiest women are at the most dangerous locations. Obviously, the spirit of fear is not something I'm accustomed to. So no, I'm not going to not do certain things because I'm afraid of the air. It just doesn't make any sense. So that's what I did in Vegas. And then when Vegas started pressing the whole mask issue, I left Vegas and then I discovered a magical land called Texas. Never even heard of the vaccine. They never heard of masks. They have no idea what I'm talking about. Everything was wide open and I fell in love. I fell in love with Texas. I never gave Florida a fair shot, but I love Texas. Or at home. Yeah, this is true. Last time I was there, they had finished the MGM Grand. Yeah. Oh, wow. So that must have been a while ago. You don't go to Vegas very often, I take it. I appreciate it, man. I miss my pup. His name was Space Baby. That was my guy for many, many years. Many, many years. So because of that, I couldn't stay in that house anymore. And I had just moved into that house when we left LA and we went to Arizona. That was the house we had rented. And he had passed when I was out of town for work. I was in Illinois and I was gone for like one day and I come back the next day and I was just like, wow. And this is the first time I've ever actually talked about it out loud. I haven't spoke about my pup in years. I'm not one of those guys like, I'm not an emotional person at all. I don't really have feelings. The only thing I care, it seems like the only thing I ever care about anything is like my dogs. I don't everything else. I don't really, nothing really bothers or moves me or anything. So yeah, no, I appreciate it. I was stationed in San Antonio. Not that great. You know what? I've never been to San Antonio. I drove through there on my way to Arizona from Houston, but Houston is amazing. Depending on where you live in Austin, it's nice, but it gets really, really gay around the downtown area. So it sucked. But I live in Austin. I live out by Lake Travis, Lake Austin area. So I live in the hills. And it's a beautiful area, but it's just boring because you're out there on the lake. Houston is my speed. I love my area I live in the Gallery. I live in Tanglewood. Dallas, I've only been there once I was there for a Medicare conference like 2 years ago. I had fun, but I just stayed at the hotel. So I didn't really go look around or anything. So I don't know much about it, but I just know Houston, great place. Mainly because Texas has no nonsense laws. And, coming from a place like California where people can break into your house and you have a duty to retreat no matter what, you cannot harm a criminal or touch them or whatever, or you're going to go to jail too. And in Texas, if you see someone even breaking into your neighbor's car or breaking into your neighbor's house, you can legally delete them. And that keeps the crime levels very low because people know that if you fuck around, you're going to find out. And that's a beautiful deterrent in Texas, and the behavior amongst the people in these cities completely different than what I'm used to in California. They're civilized. In California, we are not. It's a big difference. So it's amazing when it comes to the culture. Austin is California. It is. It's a disgusting cutout of Santa Monica and San Francisco. It's basically like the construction crew was made up of these guys, and they just built Austin, especially this weird fucker right here. He was basically the foreman of the job of Austin. It's like the same in New York City and my city. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I appreciate it. Good night to you. Or LA. Yeah, you're right. Florida is great. I'm so glad we never had that shutdown. You are a lucky person. I'm actually going to do a little web series that's basically a comedy based on the first 6 months of the lockdown. And it's basically just going to be exaggerated bullshit. I did a small little mini vlog series, and it was called The Canary in the Coal Mine. And basically I was just driving around downtown LA because I lived in downtown and I live right next to Skid Row. Now all of LA is Skid Row, but back then it was only 2 streets. And I was telling people, and I explained to them, if 100 years ago, they were going to the coal mines, they would take a canary because they were sensitive to changes in oxygen levels. So if the canary stopped chirping, You had about 4 minutes to get everybody out of the mine because you hit a methane patch or something like that. Basically, it was an early warning system that something bad was going to happen. If the homeless people are the canary, if there was really a deadly virus going around, the homeless people could not shelter in place for 2 weeks. They're outside with no mask, no gloves, no hand sanitizer. They're eating tacos with feces on their fucking hands. If anybody was going to die, it would be the homeless people. But the canary kept singing. The canary were the homeless people that kept chirping. So then if the homeless aren't dying, who is? And then I started doing videos showing people that were trying to convince me, well, Rico, you know, homeless people are actually healthier than the rest of us because obviously they have stronger immune systems. They're outside all day. They're outside in the trash. So I'm like, you mean to tell me that people that don't take showers are physically healthier than people who live indoors and take care of themselves? And that's when I realized everyone in California had lost their God-forsaken minds, and I have to get out of here as fast as I can. And that's when I made my exodus and became a refugee. Sing like the canary. Yeah. Homeless are healthy because they drink. You know what? It's funny. I remember back in like 2018, 2019, I'd have my beautiful big luxury car, and right on the other side of the gate is all these fucking homeless people. But they're not really homeless. They're just guys. And they're sitting around in their chairs and they're just drinking at 3 p.m. And I remember one day I was getting in my car and the homeless guy looked at me and he shook his head. He was like, I feel so sorry for you. And I was like, you feel sorry for me? I was like, why? I was like, I feel sorry for you. He was like, I'm hanging out with my buddies right now, having a good time. He's like, you're on your way to work. He was like, you know what's crazy? You pay how much to live in this building right here? I was like, $4,000. He was like, I pay nothing. And me and you share the same amenities. And for a moment, I was wondering, like, which one of us is crazy? Me or this homeless guy? And I was just thinking to myself, if I could get my girlfriend to bang me in a tent, maybe that's the answer. If I could just find a woman that's like, you know what? I love you so much. We can live in a tent together. I can save all this money on mortgages and rents. But until then, going to work. But no, I mean, he made me look at everything a little bit different. It was true. He was sharing the same amenities. We go to the same restaurants. He hangs out. I seen him at the bar. I'm like, but he lives out in a tent. But I'm like, he's making it. He's doing pretty good. And then, in California, they enable you if you're homeless because, well, you're a voter base too. And, these guys, sometimes they'll raid some of the tents. They'll find $50,000, $60,000 in these people's tent because they get thousands a month from the government. All their food is free. They don't got to pay for housing. So you're really just enabling and creating these problems in California. That's the issue with having too much money, I suppose. Even Layla allowed Jacob to have sex with her in a tent. You know what? You make a good point. I need to get my life together. I got to get my life together. I got to do better. I need a tent. So, you know what? A couple more super chats and I'm getting a tent. Okay. I'll build a small home and yeah, that will work too. Having sex with her meant you were married in the Old Testament. That is true. That is true. And I'll be honest. I'm a conservative. Eventually I'm going to get married, have kids, but I'll be honest with you. I've been moving around. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to need to run and be somewhere, but I don't know who needs someone like me in their local government somewhere. I don't think that the only election that matter is the presidential election. There's boards, there's all types of positions, but there are places that need me more than others or need someone like me. But it's people like you guys in the chat. It's people that are interacting with us. It's going to be up to us to start running for these positions. And what we're all going to do is one thing different than anybody else. We're going to set up studios in our homes and we're going to talk to our constituents every single day about all the topics. You're not going to have to schedule meetings. You're not going to have to worry about us coming up with different policies behind your backs and not being transparent, and you're never going to see us. We're going to be the politicians that you're going to be able to talk to every single day. We're going to change how this is all done. No more bait and switch like Mondami. They promise one thing, get in there, and a week later they're like, oh yeah, sorry. People that are openly communist, planted here by somebody else. They don't care about this country. They're not invested in this country. They have no children, so they don't care about the future. All they care about is the now. That means they're different than us. You know, we have families. They don't. That's how you can tell who's who. Kamala is one of them. She has no children. That husband is fake. I think she's a lesbian too, or she's dating Montel Williams. The point is, she doesn't have kids. People that don't have kids, they live in a different world than you, but we're occupying the same country, and that's a problem for me. It's a problem. I see that as an exploit. I see that as a blind spot. They are the Obama sons, or maybe better. There's a troll diary saying, "Build a smell in the hair of the shower." Yeah, I've heard that too. Middle school seems it failed the trolls. I think it did. I don't think they really paid much attention in middle school. And depending on how old they were probably being groomed anyway. They were in there talking about their sexuality. They weren't actually learning anything. It's so easy being a conservative when lefties are so clueless and transparent about their idiocy. That's true. Zoran is Epstein's son, and I was looking at that. He has some of his mother's features, but he has Epstein's forehead. I think Mondami is Epstein's son, or he had something to do. She definitely has something to do with the Epsteins. They're also saying the Island Boys are his son. You guys remember those weird little twin boys with all the tattoos that have a bunch of money that no one knows where it comes from? They were like, I'm just an island boy trying to, they were like doing like this fake rap bullshit. They're saying they were saying that they're his kids also. I mean, there's so much coming out in these files. I just hope it's a net positive, and I hope that when they find out about this whole black extermination thing, they don't try to say Trump was behind it. We're using warp speed because he's racist, because that's all it's going to do is just kind of slow down our America First agenda. That's why I said these Epstein files don't need to come out for another few years, because you really don't care about all the child molestation and rape stuff. All you care about is Trump. So it's pointless. And then when you find out about warp speed, they're going to use that against Trump. Even they're going to say, "Oh, warp speed. This was Trump was working with them," and it's not true. But it's just going to just create a delay that we don't necessarily need. Kamala Swallows. See, now you make me want to vote for her. God, now I'm torn. I ain't gonna lie. She is a cute ass old lady, but she's an Indian, and Indians are cute at that age. So. I mean, I'll be honest with you. And now you're telling me all this other little freaky stuff about her. So now I might have a nightmare or a daydream. I don't know how it's going to go today. Actually, after that's all they wanted was Trump to be in those files. Absolutely. And it's just, for one thing, these are just emails. There's no like videos or pictures or, and I'm thinking, okay, since when do people have sex with rich billionaires and celebrities, and the next day they don't go to the hospital to get a rape kit? Nobody went to go get a DNA. I mean, even Monica Lewinsky saved a DNA sample from years before on a blue dress, and she was able to prove that that belonged to the, the spooge of Mr. Clinton, President Clinton. So you mean to tell me all this stuff that's happening with all these rich billionaires and nobody decided to keep a napkin or a bib, I don't know, whatever you're into, and just go to the hospital the next day and just get a rape kit? Like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying it was possible, but a lot of people survived. But the thing is, they don't have anything on Trump because none of it was true. I mean, even if he had a bunch of girlfriends, it's not like he was dating kids, but these are the same people who like men who date kids. They protect pedophiles. So it's all just a grift because they're using it to hate Trump, even though they love what they're accusing him of doing. 25 years later, after a serious accusation. Yep, absolutely. Even that used Eugene Carroll bullshit. It was all fake nonsense with her. She doesn't deserve a penny. She couldn't even tell you what year or anything or how. Just her having these fantasies. She even told Anderson Cooper how she has dreams and fantasies, and none of this was sexual with Trump. And they were able to get a conviction. It just shows you that these liberal judges and these liberal jurisdictions are a problem, and we're going to have to do something about them. But the best thing we can do for now is just to talk to them. So I'm opening up the dialogue so we can have these conversations. Even Jay-Z was in them, and even Jay-Z's accusations are more realistic because he has a history of, young women, Foxy Brown, Aaliyah, Beyonce. I mean, he has a history, so that's why it's more believable. But nobody wants to talk about Jay-Z. They only want to talk about Trump, which is crazy because they're both from New York. I don't see the difference. These types who have been violated seemingly are relishing to memory, not reliving a fantasy that never happened. You know what? It's hard to say which one because everyone has their own motive. And if it's a woman and money's her motive, people pay for stories that are traumatic. Think about it. If you write a movie script or you write a book, people pay you to read your book and it's fake. But what if you tell people it's a real story and you can make yourself cry and people will pay, especially if it's against somebody they don't like, people will pay you to lie. They'll pay you to exaggerate. It happens every single day. They admitted Hugh Hefner years ago, yeah, but his girls lived with him by choice. They loved him. Even if they were 18 years old, I mean, their family sent them to go live with Hugh. None of them tried to kick his door in and steal them. They were with it, and it's like after the fact, now that you're older and your husband's telling you that he hates your past and now you have to basically renounce all the little freaky stuff you volunteered to do years ago. I don't know if you can use that as, I don't know if you can use regret as a crime. I mean, I don't know if that's going to work. That AG Jim Carroll shit came out of Law and Order SVU. Oh yeah, I remember the episode with Ice Cube and all that. Ice-T. That's exactly where that came from. It's completely money driven. I agree. Liberals created this. Christine Blasey Ford used the same lie against the judge that was nominated for, Brett Kavanaugh. The Kavanaugh, remember that? Oh, he was outside the room and it was 30 of them and they were all taking turns and choking me and beating. Just lying. All of it was just lies because they didn't want him to be confirmed. And it's crazy. I know a lot of people that wanted Kamala and them to win. They don't want these Supreme Court justices to win. Why? What did you get when you won last time? Kamala and Joe Biden were president and vice president for years. What did you gain? Nothing. You can't even you can't remember anything about their whole presidency. You can't say one accomplishment ever made by either of them. So what were you in such a hurry? You guys did all that election fraud. What were you in such a hurry to get back to? Why did you want more of nothing? That's why again, these people don't care about the future. They don't care about anything else. They just want power and then they want to abuse it and then they want to abuse you. Yep. Justice Kavanaugh. Yep. That's exactly what I was talking about. Kavanaugh. Oh, if you're old school, you know what happened to Clarence Thomas. Oh yeah, I do. I remember when Joe Biden literally tried to destroy Clarence Thomas during his nomination hearing to be a Supreme Court justice. I believe he did a filibuster against Clarence Thomas. We can actually bring that up. Let's see here. I love when we have these conversations because we can just look stuff up. Let's see here. Biden, Clarence Thomas. There we go. I believe Anita Hill. And then here, oh my God. Let's see here. Let's see here.
So you'd still like to serve on the Supreme Court?
I'd rather die than withdraw from the process.
And there's a guy, by the way, who's on the Supreme Court that sits in one of those big robes with her and talks about these very serious cases. His name's Clarence Thomas. You might remember him. Let's
go old school. Let's go old school Biden.
I'd like to go to the video, please.
Video, please come to order.
I'll be honest. I used to like the real Joe Biden, not the imposter played by Jim Carrey the last couple of years. I like the original Joe Biden. He said a lot of stuff that I agreed with. I agreed with him when he said the racial jungle stuff. I agreed with him when he called these people predators and super predators and the 1994 crime bill. I literally was impressed by the old Biden because he told it how it was. He said we didn't need any more big shot mayors and big shot governors. And I mean, he walked it like he talked it. But he was a fraud as well. I didn't appreciate that. He plagiarized, and he got caught plagiarizing when he ran for president another time. And then for him to be elected, it's just a lot of crazy stuff. But the old Joe was raw and he was straightforward. And I appreciate that from anybody.
Judge, tough day and tough night for you, I know. Let me ask, do you have anything you'd like to say before we begin? I understand that your preference is, which is totally and completely understandable, that we go 1 hour tonight, 30 minutes on each side. Am I correct in that?
That's right.
Do you have anything you'd like to say?
Senator, I would like.
You know what? I'll be honest with you. They voted for him, and they did know how Biden treated black people, colored people. They like it. They like the mistreatment. So who am I to defend them and tell them, oh, you shouldn't be mistreated? No. If you vote for it, that means you like it. So that means I love it. And I lean into it heavily nowadays. It's just because that's what they want. They don't respect you when you're nice and respectful. Do you remember how much money Trump offered them to donate to their black-owned businesses and rebuild their areas and start a fund which would specifically help them, even though that would be illegal because you can't get funding to people based on their race. That would be illegal. But he was basically going to bend some rules so that he can try to help their community specifically. And you know what they did? They told him, fuck you, and they stabbed Trump in the back. And they said, we're going to wait until after we get Biden in office, then we're going to ask him for something. Instead of understanding that politics are negotiations and you're supposed to negotiate ahead of time and you're supposed to get something for your support. These people were so idiotic, so stupid and slow that their suggestion was, let's try to negotiate after he gets in instead of ahead of time, completely not understanding how this works. They think it's a popularity contest. Oh, I like this guy. Oh, I don't like this guy, like they're looking for a prom king. Ridiculous. So that's why nobody takes them seriously anymore.
I'd like to start by saying unequivocally, uncategorically, that I deny each and every single allegation against me today that suggested in any way that I had conversations of a sexual nature or about pornographic material with Anita Hill, that I ever attempted to date her, that
I look like Clarence Thomas is crazy. Bro, he has Danny Glover's hairline. I have a regular hairline with a ponytail. Definitely, I don't look like Danny Glover, I'm sure. But he definitely could have been the guy from Predator or from The Color Purple. I mean, it's a look. It's the glasses. I had to take them off for a second, but yeah.
ever had any personal sexual interest in her, or that I in any way ever harassed her. The second, and I think more important point, I think that this today is a travesty.
Bro, listen, when Trump shores up these voter rolls, you're going to realize that 81 million votes is impossible. To be honest, they're going to find out that the American population is not even 320 something million. It's closer to about 220. They've just been padding voter rolls on both sides for so many years that we think we have a larger population than we actually do. We don't. Even with the 20, 30 million in illegals, but to be honest, we don't know how many illegals are here. We're not able to keep track, but it's still, we're well under 300. So 81 million in one person's direction, it's impossible. But they put out all stops. All this just to give people that look like Clarence Thomas an injection that was going to kill them. The lockdowns, the mandates, the fake vax, the scamdemic, it was all just to give one group an injection. And I guess we can say if it was worth it or not. I mean, it just depends. Now that I'm looking at the results and I'm seeing how many people are dying from it, I'm like, shit. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We won't know for a few more years if it was worth it. If this whole Black Army race war doesn't kick off soon, then it was worth it. And the only reason it won't kick off soon is because they don't have the numbers anymore. There's so many of them dying. They're not going to be able to organize. And without the illegals, that's pretty much their attack dog arm of the left. So right now they're just being crippled. That's why Trump and Hegseth have been moving with laser-like precision to remove certain people from certain positions, and they got rid of the DEI. So we're losing. So a lot of these threats are going away day by day. So, I mean, again, there's light at the end of the tunnel.
I think that it is disgusting. I think that this hearing should never occur in America.
You know, that's the thing. If you're a dreamer, go take a nap somewhere else. You know, America for the next X amount of years is going to be for Americans. People say that the sauce that makes America great is the immigrants. Well, then that means maybe we had a monopoly on immigrants for too long, and we're going to spread the wealth. And I want to see, with all these immigrants that are going to be going to these other countries, let's see if they can make these other countries great. Because if they can, then it's our loss. But if these countries are still fucked up, or they go in the worse shape than they were initially, well, then that means that everything people told me about the illegals building up this country were a lie. If they can't go somewhere else and do it again, then you lied to me. If you, because when you are the main ingredient in something, you're able to repeat the results wherever you go. But if you're the problem, then no matter where you go, you're still going to be the problem. So let's see how these other countries that we're exporting these people to, the places that we're deporting these people to, let's see if their GDP goes up, and if they're really the key ingredient that makes this country great. Because if that's the case, then all these countries could turn into America overnight if we're sending them a bunch of these illegals. If their logic is sound, right?
This is a case in which this sleaze, this dirt, was searched for by staff.
Oh no, I'm not black, my friend. Blacks don't even call me black, which is great. I'm not a part of their cult. Besides, I mean, you can't really even be a human if you're a color. You're not recognized as even being a human by the UN. So I have a nationality. I have a language, a religion. I have an ethnicity. I have a country. I have a home country of origin. To be black is to be confused. It's to be lost. It's to have no nation, no country, no homeland. You're just floating around. You're confused. That's what that means. And I'm not confused. I have a country, so it's just different. So yeah, that wouldn't apply to me, unfortunately. But I do appreciate you, commenting. Thank you.
Efforts of members of this committee was then leaked to the media, and this committee and this body.
South Africa is a great example, because now that the Boers are gone, they're actually begging for Boers to come back because they cannot run their country themselves. So I wonder, why do people vote for identity politics in these American cities and put blacks in office, knowing that they don't have no idea what they're doing, and they're going to destroy these places and go to jail for corruption after a few years? I mean, what's the point? It's the same pattern playing out everywhere, every city. So eventually we're going to do something about that too. Certain people are just not going to be able, you can't just accept everybody into everything. It's just not going to, it's not a good idea. The results aren't there.
Validated it and displayed it at prime time over our entire nation. How would any...
Well, no, that's not necessarily true. There's all type of people that have skin like mine that are darker than me, and they're definitely not blacks. So yeah, black is a state of mind. Basically, to be black is basically just, it's a lifestyle choice. And it's a lifestyle of consistently making bad decisions in a row. And to not be black, or to be white, or be something else, is you making better decisions in a row. So basically anything that's unpatriotic, anti-American, anti-human is black. So the opposite of Everything that fits that description is black. The opposite of that is considered white. So you have two sides of the spectrum. I'm on the other side. I'm not on the black side with you, unfortunately.
Member on this committee, any person in this room or any person in this country would like sleaze said about him or her.
Yeah, I mean, it's uneducated people that are trying to run for this country, but you don't really see a lot of that. You really just see a lot of foreigners and scammers now that are coming over here trying to run for office. Typical Americans, we're so caught up in our own regular lives, we're not necessarily interested in this. And that's why we're going to have to take a step back. And this is a duty. We have a duty to our country and a duty to our fellow people to ensure that our system continues. Not paying attention is how we got into the issues that we had during the lockdowns. And that's never going to happen again. I'm not going to ever not pay attention again. So I'm just going to make sure that I'm involved. So that's why I'm having these conversations and I'm putting myself out there and I'm talking to you guys so that we can kind of figure out where we are and which way to go.
In this fashion, or this dirt drenched up in this gossip and these lies displayed.
There's no such thing as a wake-up call. The only wake-up call you're going to have is just in your dreams. If you have an inferiority complex against white people or anybody else, you're going to have that issue, but you're having it alone. It's all in your head. It's a personal choice. Others are not going to share in your same delusion. They do have medication for people that believe in racism and oppression, and they see tormenting evil white people everywhere. They have, for that mental condition, there is treatment for that now that you can sign up for. I'm not sure if you have Medicaid or whatever, if you know any illegals that can maybe give you some Somalians might be able to hook you up, and you can probably get treatment for your delusions of racism and evil white people everywhere and wake up calls and Jesse Jackson, whatever other shit you're imagining in your head. They do have medication for that. You should seek treatment, and hopefully you don't poison your children with those same lies and nonsense.
In this manner, how would any person like it? The Supreme Court is not worth it.
You see, Josh, you're right. They are getting dumber and dumber, and that's why it's going to take people like us to throw ourselves in there. The problem is it's money. People get in these office and they don't come from money, so they're easy to corrupt because they're new to money. They're new to money. I remember Schwarzenegger said that he was uncorruptible, but it's not just money. Sometimes it's power, and sometimes people care about other people liking them. That's what I think has to change. Trump is guilty of that. He cares if people like him way too much. If you can get over knowing that people dislike you, but you're doing the right thing and you're staying the course, then I think you'll make a better political person than somebody who's just saying what they got to say because they want people to accept them and like them. I'm not in a hurry. I'm trust me, I'm definitely not winning any popularity contest. Trust me.
No job is worth it. I'm not here for that. I'm here for my name, my family, my life, and my integrity. I think something is dreadfully wrong with this country when any person in this free country.
Nobody loves AOC. I mean, she's cute, but she's a moron. She's like a Spanish version of Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett is a pretty little woman. She's just, she went full retard. But it's really just an act because normally she speaks like a regular American. And then she turned into like this ghetto Beyonce reject backup dancer. It's all just an act, AOC's she's really just a bimbo. She's not very smart. She's a bartender before. She's good at looking good. And we're Americans. We're shallow. We'll admit it. But no, nobody can say they love. Hey, what's there to love? What about her do you love? There's not much there. You just love how she looks. And if that's the case, we all love how she looks. I mean, she's cute. She's like the Spanish version of Sarah Palin. Remember Sarah Palin? I had the biggest crush on her when I was a little kid, bro. I thought Sarah Palin was so damn. She's like an older, like a school teacher hot. And we like teachers. You know, they have their glasses on and stuff. So, but there's nothing else to like. Just like Crockett, there's really not much to like. You're not from Europe, truth seeker. What country are you from? And let's hold a conversation in that language or wherever you're from. But that's not true. Jasmine is ghetto trash. Absolutely, she's fucking retarded. 1,000%. I love how stupid she makes the left look. Yeah, same here. And honestly, I think a lot of people are looking in the mirror, and you know, this is what happens. I'm noticing people are going to these Democrat rallies, right? And they're there. And I always ask people to do one thing when you're at these Democrat events. Just do me one favor. Look to the left and then look to the right. Is that who you want to be associated with? Have you seen what these people look like? They're insane. And they're heavily gay, or they're deeply black, where they're willing to side with pedophiles as long as the pedophiles are going to help them fight against Trump and white supremacy. It's like, so you're willing to get in bed with pedos because you're that angry, you're that insecure about white man Trump, orange man Trump. That's insane. But you got to look at what these people look like who are next to you. Are these the kind of people you consider your peers? This is you're associated with them. And after people see how psychotic these people to their left and their right are at these Democrat events, they won't go back. You know what makes them a Democrat? They used to feel really, really sorry for black people growing up. So they think all black people are poor. So they think that's what makes them a good Democrat. What else made somebody a Democrat? But they believe black people all need welfare. So that's what made them a Democrat. Oh, and they all believe that healthcare should be free, like universal healthcare. So those are only two things that make someone a Democrat. They feel sorry for black people and they want free healthcare. But if you look at what free healthcare leads to, it leads to MAIDs, which is medical assistance in dying suicide. So when you have free healthcare, they offer you suicide for any reason. Are you depressed about going through a recent breakup? We could euthanize you and the pain will go away. Do you need a wheelchair for a while? You were injured in a car accident, you broke your leg. Well, we could get you a wheelchair, or hear me out. We could put you in a pod and we can put you to sleep. And then you don't have to worry about walking again at all because you're dead. They're literally euthanizing people in Canada right now for literally just going through temporary depression due to breakups. That's how despotic it is in these universal healthcare systems, because it's unsustainable and it's not affordable, and you can't just dump all this on a government. And I mean, anytime you're in a communist society, communism only works in a small commune. Once a population gets too big, they have to kill off large swaths of their population. That's just how it goes. Because it doesn't make sense. So yeah, that's what makes somebody a Democrat. And if they believe and they want free shit, that's all it is. And that doesn't work for us. That's why I tell people, instead of fighting for something you're going to lose, why don't you just relocate to a place that already has all that stuff? Canada, find another country in Europe, China, you can go relocate. The United States is not for everybody. Some of us choose to come here. Some of us are born here. You can choose to go somewhere else. That's my only suggestion. Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard is hot and she's a badass. She's a soldier. Is she married? What is Tulsi? What's her situation? I don't know if she's married or not. I know she's hella pretty. I think she used to be, I know Kristi Noem is from South Dakota. So Tulsi Gabbard is from North Dakota. I forgot where she's from. We have universal health care in America. It's called the VA. Yeah, but you got to be a vet. And if you didn't sign up, you're kind of on your own. The Democrats must have illegal people voting for them. And due to the fact they have performed abortion, all their future voters. Absolutely. And they vaccinated their base of blacks, but they were hoping to replace them with illegals. And now that Trump's removing their illegals, they are losing their minds. They really did double down on the bullshit, and there's no more Democrats left, pretty much. They must be offering that now in Canada, maids. Yes, they are. Absolutely. I just did a story about it like a week ago. You guys got to check it out. It's crazy. Because remember Dr. Kevorkian, remember he went to jail, and now it's the law of the land. There's actually 7 states that are doing maids here in the United States. All liberal Democrat states, of course. They're all about killing Americans. Yeah, the most racist thing that a Democrat can say is that black people are too stupid to get an ID. But you know what's crazy? When Democrats say black people are too stupid to get an ID to vote, and they're too stupid to know how to use the internet, I don't hear any black people ever push back on them and say, "Hey, excuse me, I, what the fuck are you talking about? I can vote. I have nowhere." And they never push back and correct them. So I'll be honest, I'm starting to think maybe it's true. I mean, because if somebody says something about you that's wrong, you would correct them and set the record straight. I never see anybody come out and say, you know what, the Democrats are wrong. I just got 2 IDs. I got a license and a state ID. I don't ever see that. I never see it. No one ever objects to it. So as far as I know, it could be true. I mean, the governor of New York said they don't know how to use computers and they've never seen a computer. They don't know what a keyboard is. And I was like, God damn, this is, but then again, I don't live in the hood. I don't know what they have over there. Maybe they don't have computers or IDs. I don't know, but it's hilarious either way. But if you don't have an ID, why do you want to vote? Like, just go back to whatever you're doing. You don't need to participate in the process. It's not for people like you. It doesn't matter. Tulsi's married. That sucks. Look, let me know if her husband is slacking on his macking or whatever. Okay, because I like Tulsi. She's beautiful. Nothing is free. What the fuck? You're wrong. Okay, where am I wrong? I mean, I want to hear it. I want to hear it. I love Canada. I mean, it's a lovable place, but Tulsi is gay. I thought she was gay because she's very masculine and she has that hair, like, you know, the gay woman hair, you know, but I don't know. Do gay women, I think there's a gay woman hair pattern I've seen before, but I mean, I don't know. She says she's married, so that's good enough for me. She's Hawaiian. Yeah, that's what she is. Okay, you're right. She's badass, though. Super badass. Let's see here. I might move to Miami when I'm older. I never gave Miami a chance. It's just always overpriced, you know? But a lot of the other influencers, like me, like I was living in downtown LA. So was Jackson Hinkle. There was a few of us that were like doing, and I had like a small show, and it was mainly just a variety show, like going over like, I don't know, like, you know, just like funny stuff, nothing about like serious like this, or like not political. But a lot of us who left California, we evacuated to either Texas or to Florida. And I'm hearing good things about Florida. I just know that it's overpriced and hurricanes all the time. So I don't know. But I mean, I love Texas. I'm a big fan of Texas, bro. I really enjoy Texas. And then I go down to Florida. It's a bunch of Cubans. And I'm like, I'm Cuban. Then we all just look at each other. I mean, it's just, you know, it's a reminder. So I like Houston a little bit. I like Houston a lot better. Tulsi's from, yeah, let's hear. Perpetual victims. I pray for the perpetual victims in this country. Yeah, I pray for them that they snap out of it. Stop being victims. Being a victim is a choice. And the Democrats allow for infanticide. They absolutely do. They supported. Kamala Harris was literally doing infanticide, had an abortion bus at all of her rallies, and women could come and get free infanticide abortions and kill their kids. Disgusting. Yeah, I love this guy's trolling. Who, me? I'm just talking. I'm not really trolling. Canada, the shithole country. I mean, it's only because a bunch of illegals and migrants came in and turned it into shit. Now you're having all-out shootouts in downtown Toronto and guns are prohibited. They're literally having shootouts where people are getting killed, like Drake's friends and all that stuff. Somebody shot up Drake's house. That's definitely un-Canadian. Florida is the best. It's also known as China. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's absolutely known as China. Listen, guys, we've been on now. Let's see here, almost 5 hours. Listen, this has been a great conversation. We covered a lot of bases. We really got to know each other. You guys got to know me. I got to know you. Please subscribe to the channel. I want to make sure I follow you guys back. But I want you guys to join in, and I want to be able to bring you guys on the stage and we can just have conversations. And we might agree on some things, disagree on other things, but the point is we're talking. We need to talk to each other, you know? So I appreciate you guys all being here. I'm going to go. Actually, I got to go do. I got a couple of emails to answer, drink some more water. I'm not going to eat. I had some fruit earlier, but I might get some breakfast in about 30 minutes because it's 6 a.m. here. But I got to take a nap. I got work stuff to do tomorrow. So I appreciate you guys all tuning in. Remember, it's America first and America only. And I'll be back on with another topic in about 6 hours. Cheers.
I've been needing to find a new apartment, which has not been easy with credit as bad as mine. Luckily, I found cosigning.com. They connected me with a cosigner who helped me get my dream apartment for me and my dog. I just paid a small fee and was able to move in fast. Get the cosigner you need for the apartment you want. Check out cosigning.com today.